weyo samilala nyajadwo ani imaya mona ngotaeri omore dongine na dhito ginyingi era marmbese eno tudo amanya saeno chiwonwa onge weboke dapchen kaudonda obera biroro sirom na nyamwalo Chunya sega pimonika kaneno gika kichal mami nyisa dwange ogimogi obera ya kan modong ne mama Marie, mi abadi koro goodbye.
Así toca
rawera se onyi sana ne karango obera geno igi chunya mokoni beni ngana heri ingeo kaka ni sanda marango mama wa ya inya to timotamore mawa wachango ofilo bidi windo gena wasingo no sheri kono walitango chunya dimoko kaparo giko abiro weore Sheri wabar mogik piny biro rumo kakipango in gi chunyi korakia chunya di moko kaparo giko wabiro weyore lit bang tora gite wabiro happy Sheri wapar mogik piny biro rumo kakipango in gi chunyi korakia
Kodalando nyoremo era na presila Nyanya di alungi koro kalmo na sungineji mama Litna kabaro tono pogwa Ino sejana na timna dinya dunda eri Lichna okaneni Jaber hani windu onda wacho tumo bet moso winji amase kolela ochopo sama nyaka los koda lando nyoremo era na presila nyanyadhi yaluongi koro kan mona sungineji mama let nyaka paro to nopogwa gino sechanda na timna di nyadunda heri dich na okaneni jaber hani winjwanda Sinte manyiri manangeyo seringa Wadaye gimiluoro nge presila Mino hango mochamo inyathi mayanoge Pimna ka Nyasaye oharo ikosi temo wiwa Akeo nyago tiena ngomo timo imo miyo tindikwo Sepe manigeno togeni chanda inyajuni Dala ikuno yonge Mama without a child in land. Yanyuan mani yo se bebe gondi. Lemo aero tilamo mane. Cheche no wondi koso ikwa ke asari. Jodani weyo paro rera wera nangi woka poya. Jogara winjo bayo kodi kangani ponjuri madho kune. Menyo lo wadugi
kati wachin kanye
Dala ikuno ionge Umama winjo to chal ni lal Jonyuol mani osebebe gondi Lemo ahero tilamo mane
Owino antie baba papa Akeo nowewa e dho kanisa noringo e duka to ok oduogo nyaka misa orumo. Waluwe e duka to nyiswa ni odonjo gari moro to osedhi.
Dala ikuno ionge Umama winjo to chal ni lal Jonyuol mani osebebe gondi Lemo ahero tilamo mane
Odamu embe jogumbu neni Yithiwa matindo be penjo anti Jonyuol chandra gi manyo ndachi to gibi
Dala ikuno ionge Umama winjo to chal ni lal Jonyuol mani osebebe gondi Lemo ahero tilamo mane nyaki chopi Mali jako kaponete ni gili wodo chola jabago Nyasare abebi yoro wadu Wana nareka mokolo kadonga kwele bajuge yawa Mama koromo, yo que no lo Atino nyaga diambo chopine na nyago kinyo. Nyako maero afro lady mawero. Nembi no pim kode mara nyaga peri. Emomi yawer nyagi bonzo kenda nuoyo. Josefina la kedunde nyakikano. Maero afro lady mawero Dembi no pim kode mara nyaga peri Emomi yawer nyagi bonzo kenda nuoyo Josefina la kedunde nyatikano Josefina sama parito nyirakalo Era donyo naga sami onge machalo neko Nyako majabera bura eri molo maneno Chunya nitin retikawe ofisa loro Abiro chapo mondanera egi jonyuolni Ibe mpenzi sama biro to yena yeya Kuisa mopong donge kendo ganyapikano Nyako beko pong nyagi yora to dongi nyuomo Je ibige mondo dendie kaka yuorwa Mombasa kawadigo anyalo chope Ngano warundo kodi bilo to baby duogo Nyani takendo kata tera ejela duogo Mombasa kawadigo anyalo chope Ngano warundo kodi bilo to baby duogo Nyani takendo kata tera ejela duogo Materemko, teremka, materemkore, maniesta. Venga Porochello. Umuntu masanye msongoni. Ari muri mwenye Perché murga tieno? Perché murga uda? Kare? Eh.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's another good day that we have that has been organized for us by Ramogi Cultural Institute for Luo Heritage Research and Education. It's a day we're going to dwell deeper into psychological issues and emotional issues and mental issues that we go through as a people. And today we are blessed to have with us again the good Dr. Christine Sadia, who is going to talk to us about part 2 of the hidden wounds. I just want to inform you that we're going to give her a few more minutes as she was traveling, and possibly now she is preparing herself. Once she's ready, she's joining us. Not long. You and me are not waiting for long, just shortly. But this is your host and the host for the program one. We are two hosts today. This is Ouda Onle. We are hosting this program together with GK Ramoth, who needs no introduction. You all know him. And before I give him pass the mic to him to say hello to you and welcome you guys officially. We also have the moderators of today of the program, and those are the Luo girls. If you have been with us in the program, you know the counting of the day Friday. For Ramogi Cultural Institute, it's always a Luo girl day, but we call it Friday. So Friday is always a Luo girl day in terms of the calendar being run by Ramogi Cultural Institute for Luo Heritage Research and Education. And so today, as GK and myself produce the program, we are going to pass most of the. Sorry, I've got a message that one of the Luo girls cannot speak because of possibly loss of the voice and all that. So we're gonna have one. We always have two. We're gonna have one, which is fine. We here and we'll always chip in wherever necessary. And so I just want to pass the mic to GK Ramoth, who is one of the hosts today. And then he will pass to the Luo girl to say hello. And then I'm gonna give the direction as given to me by Dr. Christine as soon as she is ready. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for joining. GK.
Ero kamano telo, amoso nyikwara mogi. Ka wachoni. Welcome. Kawuono bende. Luo is our business. Luo is our business, and we are open for business 247 365. In very, very warwaki kabisa. Hope ni session ni be kaka kawaida ibolana gimoro. And so ero kamano kumbet ka okawega for granted. Ninka. En gima appreciate kabisa nikech nind kamoro amora doing anything else. Kaka wuono Friday tinyalo bet kitimo gimoro lakini in kodwa ka. So erokamano kabisa. Ni technical team kaketo kod jogwa, kaketo kod Ramogi Cultural Institute, kaketo kod guests, host kod co-host ago erokamano sana. Wayudo an opportunity ni mar romo ka kendo mondo watim girwani. So hopefully watime to level makare madwarore. To kwerewa wagon gi erokamano nikech gimiwa gimaber mwanyalo rome, mwanyalo wuoye, mwanyalo dhi mbele. Erokamano. Wish Luo Gal a quick recovery. And at least one day we'll go be the maber. Erokamano. I've heard the Luo Gal mondo welcome. Ubawachi gimawacho nikech wan onto duondo ng'iyo go. Duondo maraf gi ng'iyo go. At least kawuono wawinjie duol mopogre. Luo Gal. Welcome. Wachie gimoro. Ok wawinji. Ok wawinji. Wande waduok ni go. Duoga. Ok awinje. Wan leo waduok ni go ikawe kapok obiro.
Yes, JK erokamano. Aparo ni en gi the sound engineers is on it. Actually, it's not audible, but they're working on it. And you know, biro shortly. So it's fine. Kapo dwa miyo engineers gi thuolo mondo o sort out mano tich dhi mbele kama ng'eny kabisa messages donjo ni it's being worked on. And be akaw mana thuolo ni to welcome you all again, our listeners of today. I think this is one of those topics that is quite important. And that's why we thought that Dr. Christine Sadia, who is a renowned researcher in the field and a practitioner in the field, should come and talk to us. Luo go gandawa to kodwello bende montiero go. I know we have people who are not really part of us, and we're going to sort that out. Let me as we sort this out, because I'm being asked questions here, but I don't want I'll lose it. As you know, we were paying tribute to our Benga maestros today, being a full high day. Kapo kwa chako, but Mama Christina Bay is almost ready. Let's do this.
mane niri wadango nono. Ero to ito kitaki mayo karmanu dowiti. Ero to ito kitaki mayo karmanu dowiti. Na medo ngata machikarare yo wangirango dikangei lal kipni manudu to magwek nyasai e wakote belokore kariweo e wangapetu goteri e injeni Sadia mo akane no de chocho kanyo iponyi no nyono kido no durote winyo wajuro me anedo konyi Keno nino to woni woto no tinyodi. Keno nino to woni woto no tinyodi. Ayo mare. Awito yoga mama.
You are fine, no worries.
Right, let's try and see if we can get the Luogal now. Luogal, say hello to your people and welcome them.
Oh, thank you so much, George, for the opportunity. I'm also Jiduto mosechopo warwako Ramoth, ago erokamano. Iluonga to nenre ni ne nitiere challenge mo matin. I hope ni now I'm clear. Amedo mana go erokamano ne jowinjowa ma kawuono kendo wadhi lan maber gi Dr. Christine. Ero uru kamano. Thank you.
That's so good. That's so good. It's perfectly clear. Thank you, sound engineers, for that. Podwari Tomatin, it's actually, yeah, it's still in time that she wants us to give her. So, Podwari Tomatin, as we wait for Dr. Christine to join.
Telo wapenje. Poduri on record jipiny kuro.
and
wapenja nikech aluor ni diketo benga moro an koro ito kod gigi unless idiketo nyatiti.
Akirwako mama terwake mopogore.
Kono chal nade?
Anani kodong dwacho ni kwar siguru un en nyagwar ngasi no kuru sro baga. Ano chunyi ni kwasi ni kwasi ni kuru sro baga kariambo.
Agisi telo joluo mi invent gi.
Okwanyal kata wacho nying kwere watek ma Ramogi nodhi kure matiden mana sini kuru sinu kuru ni. Ramogi ne wito kure. But GK, the situation Podok Bear, as we speak, 8,000 Malawians are stuck in a holding place ma the government in any government gi chalre ma malawi be ma malawi gi kwer ni gionge gi pesa. Can you imagine ni a whole government ma run on ministers, chulo ministers millions to timango kochopo ka
Ida.
citizens to giwacho ni gionge pesa mar omo their own citizens to gin joma ok nyal kata wacho wach mar ndege nikech it's closer. So
To gin to fly Europe to pesa to nitie.
yeah, sama gik moko nitie matimre elsewhere to pesa nitie. So en mana wach
Sama ji dwa dhi Dubai.
sama ji dhi Dubai to kendo mana bedo en jet mawuok Malawi direct kadhi Dubai. Ok en ana ndege okalo ka. Koro kaka joluo wachoga. So en socio-economic issues mag Africa are not getting any better because of one leadership mabeyo all over. It's not there. Okay. So to answer you, things are still bad, especially for a number of nationals. Okber. Yeah.
Ng'eni gino onge i news koro ing'eyo kaka ma nyiri manowacho ka. Kenya en ga interested in news ma short. Koro sani wigi osewil gi South Africa girango joma nitie duk online. Ng'ama mak duk akia ng'a.
To kod
En very interesting ahinya.
to kod politics which is ang'eni politics so en ever daily but nitie politics ma we concentrate on but gini orach but possibly the world ok kata jo Kenya kende. The world wigi osewil gi gini. They don't care. They've moved on. The rest of the world has move on. Koro dong gi countries ka countries. In fact, nyoro giwacho ni the government ma South Africa nyowacho ni they're billing pesa ma gisetiyogo ka gioro jogi has been their money. They're billing those countries.
Rach koro. Koro do bet matek koro.
Dibet matek. Jo Nigeria moro nyoduoko gi ni kane wakonyo yudo loch ne wayuzo $61 billion. Goluru ma wach sayo ma ukwaye wano kanyo kae to umiwa balance. Kanyo koro ema weche gi osechope. Yeah. Ok yot.
To jomoko mane odhi hospital ka odhi nadi moro mane girodhre alafu kendo girodhre gin giwuon alafu
No, he left. No work, but en gi bandage. Tiende ne joka noturo tiende. Koro
ne koro.
en gi permanent wound momiye gi jogi kaparo ni en ging'e giluongo ga kok in ja South Africa luongi ni ja Africa gin ng'eno ka gin ga Africa. Koro gigo wadgi ka giparo ni en ja Africa ma gituro tiende.
Gin wazunge. Gin wazunge.
Gin owete gi wazungu kendo gineno ka macha wacho ni mama cha in koro in nyaminwa in nyaminwa. Sedak higni din 20 ya kanye Germany in nyaminwa. To
Mago wete Elon Musk koro.
Ng'at man gi black pigment to ok nyamin gi. Yeah.
To jogo dhi nadi niwacho last time niwacho ka gigine kapok oduoki story mar ng'ani niwacho ni gisechako balo gin giwuon.
No, they are fighting. Gilaro pesa, of course. It's not off. It's on. The guy achiel kuom gi threaten ni wachura dir no not afulo pod warito fulo neno ka. Okay, aneno ka. Let me see aneno screen ka. Yeah, apparently the doctor is here. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, let me.
No bad.
Yeah, apparently of course she's come in. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we finally have quite in time. That was the exact time she requested to be given, and she's been in time. So we thank the doctor that she's here. And I think we're going to welcome her. Tabromi Thuoloni Beluo Gal. I'm going to welcome Dr. Christine. And then we see it, we pick it up from there. The Luo Gal.
Yeah, thank you again, George. Ago erokamano kendo warwako wendowa ma kawuono, Dr. Christine machiegni e program ma kawuono. Inyalo mana mosowa mondo ifulri ne welo ma be seche moko kia. Ang'e ni most people mane nitiere oseng'i, lakini seche moko wan gi welo be kawuono ma pok oyangi. Koro inyalo fulori mondo wachak achaka program. Erokamano.
Erokamano uru. Aluoga lago erokamano. George erokamano for extending a second invitation and a privilege mar miya mondo abed kodu ka. Aduoko erokamano. Koro mos uru onego bed nadonjo chon to na request mondo abi molewo matin an gi another program. Koro oserumo. Koro I'm ready to engage and to talk on the part 2 of this program mane watimoni. Koro aparo ni abiro weyo mondo ng'at ma moderate omiya cue kaka odwaro ni mondo wadhi. Erokamano. Thank you.
Erokamano GK rwaka daktari. Kende rwake.
Anto tero dong ing'eno kawuoga kantie guest kaka
in
daktari ma
in host kawuono.
Ano kan luoga le host an daktari erokamano kendo welcome kabisa. Wamor ni in ka. An abo miyo luogal mondo odhi kode mbele nikech ka welo biro to an opuonja ni ling'. So lakini erokamano sana kuom biro. Luogal kawe.
It's okay. Thank you.
Just a minute. Sorry. And the Luo girl. Sorry. Daktari, we just need to introduce her and then Koro Luo girl Okawe, because I know, like Luo girl has said, jomoko ng'eye to jomoko possibly eka winje for the first time. Kawuono kokamano se winje elsewhere to winje Ramogi Cultural Institute program kawuono mokwongo. So we just want to officially welcome Dr. Christine, because it is a great honor once more. Dr. Christine is a founder of Mama Trufosa Foundation, a renowned researcher, a public health care practitioner, and a psychosocial therapist. So tonight we continue with our important series, Hidden Wounds. It's part 2. We are exploring the invisible child in the adult. And it's not, people might not know, but our banner today is that the child we never heal often becomes the adult we struggle to understand. So the first series was we were talking about the wound at the point. What I mean by that is wounds at school. These kids, these young people are at a certain setup, and they are going through their issues there, but as kids, as young people. So today, Dr. Christine is widening it. What happens if those wounds are not healed? Do they stop when you become an adult? The wounds decide to say, we are healing, you're an adult now. Or what happens? We're going to find out that with Dr. Christine as she takes us through the invisible child and the adulthood, love and marriage and relationships. How does these hidden wounds hinder those? And then we will finish by breaking the circle. What can happen around it? So I thought it's important to lay that foundation. And then Dr. Christine, welcome once again, and we are honored to have you with us. I'll give it back to the Luo girl. Because we have one Luo girl and the other one had also questions, I might be chipping in to whatever the Luo girl one has not covered. I might be chipping in to bring in the aspect of the other Luo girl who is unable to speak. Thank you and welcome. Back to you, Luo girl one. Thanks.
Oh, thank you once again, George. I think we will now just start without wasting more time. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for welcome everyone on the board. Koro daktari, thuolo en mari. Wabro mana tiyo kaka last time. You speak a little, we ask question in between, like that. I think, yeah, thank you. You can proceed.
Mos kuom ng'adi. Erokamano. Aduoko erokamano maduong' mar consider again. I'm sure there are so many experts in this line. Moka take it for granted. Thank you very much. Like it has been said, we had a part 1. The part 2, we want to look at how that childhood trauma, the ones that we discuss, and the environment under which the trauma happens and what it does if it is not addressed. Well, I want to start by saying the impact of childhood trauma on life as an adult can depend on environment and many other factors and many other things in which the person has been raised. How they could cope, how they coped with the trauma then, and support that they were given during that time. And when this is not done effectively, then it affects, this lives with you. But even when it is done, there's bit of it that continue to linger in adulthood or in stages of life, developmental stages of life. It affects development, but also it stays in the subconscious level. Subconsciously, it stays there. And therefore, when there is a trigger that may mimic what was done in childhood, then the reactions come in different ways. So it could come in the way of physical health, it could come in way of behavior, it could come in the way of relationships, and it could also come in deviant behavior. So having said that, I want to affirm that childhood trauma chips away a child's stability and the sense of self, undermining the self-worth, and often staying with the child into adulthood. The trauma can also impact a person into adulthood, and they experience feelings of shame, guilt, feeling disconnected, and unable to relate with others, trouble controlling emotions, heightened anxiety, and depression. I think some of this we discussed last time, but what is when looking at the relationship, which then we'll see how people relate in adulthood, is something that we need to look at, because it is one that manifests in adulthood in various ways, and it affects our life, either at the workplace, it affects our life in family life, it affects our life in places of public places, and also how our behavior sometimes are shaped. You might find somebody that sometimes you look at them, they are aggressive, sometimes they are not aggressive, they are withdrawn, but then there would be certain subtle things that they do. Like the research that we did in Kisumu, I think that was 1990 something, with Ochieng Ondolo, the late Dr. Ochieng Ondolo. We found that the ladies that we did it in a place called, there was a bar that was famous in Kisumu. So we decided to do the sex workers in their experience and the trauma that they were experiencing, and relating that with their childhood experiences. So I want to assert, yes, true, it has an effect. If it is managed and it is contained, it may be a little bit lesser. Some people have coping mechanism based on the environment under which they have developed, and the cultural norms, and the way the culture has defined what then constitute the way of life. Because if you find a child that is growing in an area where violence like caning or something is like conforming to community norm, then they sometimes not internalize that trauma deeply, because they feel it is a way of life, and therefore they downplay the trauma, and helps the brain not to take it seriously and downplay it. However, later in life, you may find that that trauma affected somebody at that particular time. It didn't look overt, but then in childhood, when you start relationship or being in a workplace, then it comes up. So that is something that I would like to put on the table. We talked about the risk factors like behavior such as smoking, having unprotected sex. I think that is one area that our study in Kisumu, what was that Kisumu? I have a big book on that Kisumu. I think it was Naliaka, something hotels, some Naliaka or something, some hotel in Kisumu, which is no longer, I don't see it anymore, but that is where we did the study in 1990s when I was with the UN Women, which that then was UNIFEM. And it also may experience, some people experience chronic medical conditions such as heart diseases, cancer, and diabetes. We have looked at diabetes and analyzed and found that those that happen to have gone through traumatic experiences in childhood, sometimes you find that their numbers are many. Whether it is just a coincidence, we are not sure, but we don't think so. So it has been documented in research that certain chronic illnesses, but because emotions and hormones and cortisone sometimes bring this aggravate these diseases, so it could be a linkage. There could be a linkage. We need just to explore, but there could be a linkage there. So long-term stress and anxiety can cause physical symptoms, like I've said, emotional issues throughout life. But more importantly, we want to narrow in on the child, the effect on the adult. The adult, what it affects is your image. How do you consider your self-image? Because if your self-worth and your self-image is dented, or if it was not, but at the time now become conscious of your image, the way you are in office, sometimes when you are told something that you think it is an attack on your personality, so your identity becomes a critical issue, and therefore the childhood events or childhood wounds, when we were found affecting people's identity, how they perceive themselves, they develop a pattern of victim thinking. And this then becomes a point where which we would like to look at. So the choices we make in career, um, the choices we make in our partnership, how we relate, whether we can condone and contain a relationship in either marriage or in courting or in just having people around, is something that childhood trauma and wounds cause to us. So it is something that lives with a number of us. That the most important thing is to remember that it can be cured. You can be helped, not cured, but therapies are available, and you can be helped to cope and live normal life if you get the right intervention. I want to leave it as such. I don't know if there's a question up to that far. If not, I will continue. And I want to take guidance from the moderator. You think I should continue a little?
Yes, kindly.
Thank you. The symptoms that we normally see in childhood trauma that manifest in different ways are, even in adulthood, you might find that you have lack of sleep most of the time. You are disturbed. Your sleep patterns are disturbed, and you have drained energy. Hopelessness sets in quite easily. Ongoing sadness that you don't know why all the time you're sad. You've seen individuals that they seem to be just annoyed and sad throughout their life. Even when you crack jokes, it is not very easy for them to crack jokes. They look like they are grieving all the time. Anxiety is there. Lack of appetite could be one. Poor concentration could be another one, but more important one that we are seeing right now is suicidal thoughts and action, actually committing suicide. I want to look at the research that we did, and we'll give a few examples of what happened to adults that had gone through childhood trauma. I would like to give you examples by there's in research we coded them because we are not supposed to give personal attribute, but I'll give them codes. And one is SM, which is a female, At the time, they had childhood trauma. By the time we were doing research, she was 80. No, she was 40. The childhood trauma that we got that was documented was she fell from her bicycle at a road construction. She was riding a bicycle and she fell into a road construction, and that gave a lot of traumatic experience. She was very fearful. Therefore, what is the experience in adulthood? She, at the time of this research, she had experienced what we call amaxophobia, which is, you can Google if you want more information, all her life. So amaxophobia is a kind of phobic issues that she experienced throughout her life. I want to go to another male who was we interviewed at the age of 31, had parental issues and abuse. This led to impotency, and constant stress. So, sometimes in relationship, we may want to belittle. You find that maybe your partner is not performing the way you'd like them to perform without you digging if they were ever to be nice to tell you their childhood history. You may pick that certain functions that they may not undertake in family life could have been the source, could be the trauma that they experienced in childhood. And therefore, we need to be accommodative if that is the issue, that they could still be helped and not be left that they are useless, and people, the community, start to stigmatize them. So that is one. There was another male that we interviewed at the age of 35 who had a sudden death of the mother with whom he was very attached. This led to paralysis and loss of speech whenever any memory is triggered. That memory of the mother, when it was triggered, that the loss of the mother, the person would lose speech, would be completely paralyzed, would not want to engage into things. So those are some of the things that we are documenting. Well, the next was a female, which was 25 at the time of interview. She had experienced sexual abuse by own father. This one, loss of voice becomes a typical adult experience. Acute depression, mania. So mania can test into many forms. What we have experienced with the females that have been either abused by or have gone through incest, that they normally become maniac in their sexual life. They want to be very they don't care who they have their sexual relationship, and controlling the sex urge becomes a little bit difficult. She was also codependent in everything that she was doing. So she doesn't care if she's very codependent in anything. So attachment with various people, including people who could cause harm in adulthood, then becomes a danger. So the next female was at 32, parental issues again. She became hostile towards her husband and child, and beat and burn. She was beating and burning everything, the child, husband, and did everything wrong that you would think in life. The next is another female that I would say, unfortunately, I'm picking on females. I think this is the set that I had on my interview, the one that we had pre-selected before. So I just picked it out from my database. 27-year-old, bullied by classmates and ignored, and had an ignoring mother. She felt she felt incompetent, lack of self-esteem, being a slave to her partner and everyone. So you can imagine, if you are a slave, you cannot say you feel like you have a slave mentality, what that does to you in life. The next is a female. I think I will end up with two males, but the next is a female that went through alcoholic and abusive father, domestic violence, and ignoring mother. Due to her own issues. The mother had her own issues, so it was not that the mother was ignoring her, but the mother was dealing with her own issues due to that abusive environment. Always felt ashamed of herself in making at anything. If she made a mistake, she would be non-adjustable with her partner. Constant suicidal attempt. So I would love to. I've given some of the things that we are documenting in this research, There's a male here that I have that was at 47, domestic violence and physical abuse by father, shyness, and she became phobic again, incompetency and lack of self-esteem. You can see that a number of males then become incompetent. Impotence becomes an issue in adult life. Women have their own issues with sexual relationship and attachment, but males, we are picking a lot of impotence. Then number 32, we have another female, sexual abuse by stepdad, crying out in public all the time, shouting when the husband tries to touch her, bite and scratch her own body, her own self. So these are the manifestation. The last one is a male, 27, thrown in the dark. So you see, sometimes we parents, we throw our children. I have my daughter who says that she has a timeout. I don't know what timeout means, but that means the child is told to be in their room on their own. It's like I'm cutting off my communication with you in 30 minutes. So she normally tells the child, a time out for 30 minutes or 20 minutes, then we can engage. So thrown in a dark room, but this one, it was thrown in a dark room as a punishment. Then this one particularly developed what we call agoraphobia. Agoraphobia, you can also look at, there are quite of phobic situations, and there are many. Claustrophobia also, and ectophobia. So those are many words in English, but they can be explained by Google, which has made things very easy. So I have given you what research is given to us at that particular point. So the above survey clearly shows that when a child experiences any trauma in his or her childhood, it creates a dangerous impression on the brain of that child, which makes him go mentally sick after he or she reaches certain age. Childhood interpersonal trauma can have detrimental impact on child development, especially regarding psychological and interpersonal functioning. So I have said so, and I think we did also the same in the other. Did a bit of those, but I think because we wanted to measure on our relationship, maybe in adulthood, I do not know whether I should stop there from that. What we have, because I've given some case studies that we need to maybe ask about. But what I know that the increase of depression or anxiety or post-traumatic stress symptoms or disorder in adulthood then become a risky factor that manifests in risky sexual behaviors. It also gives antisocial behaviors. Some of it then becomes things that do not help us to manage our life and relationship, both at the workplace and keeping our jobs and work. And also, maybe we are disconnected, and in that case, therefore, we cannot have the stay in power. So anything that disturbs our environment then become something that disturbs us, and we cannot be able to contain. And a lot of it, then some people end up in suicidal tendencies, high rate of suicide, and low levels of social functioning. So if we have no level, if we cannot, we have a low level of social functioning, then we can't even keep a job, marriage, keeping jobs, keeping a high pressure job, even if it is good, if you are a professional, relating with peers and with people at the workplace, then becomes a problem. So I'll stop there briefly if there's anything, and if not, then I'll continue later, depending on how you want me to go. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you once again, Christine. From the whatever you've talked about, I just want to ask something little on that. How does these hidden wounds affect adult relationship, parenting, and the ability to trust or form healthy emotions bond? Or what do you do about it so someone can overcome all those? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Lack of trust as to wounds, children and childhood wound or trauma is very high. You either trust anybody who, if you had your trauma through very many, either it was a mother who was abusive or a father, then what the trust for that particular species then becomes very high. But sometimes attachment also becomes, instead of having mistrust, you have more or less more attached. And that's why we find that some of the people who are abused, especially women, in their childhood, especially if it was sexual abuse, you find that they sort of like attached to a male female who normally are aggressive and abusive. So they tend to attract that kind of a person. So I think you have asked how we can also deal with it. The dealing is what I said, that it may not have been dealt with then, but there's an opportunity to deal with it now. Because whatever that is in the subconscious mind, whatever that is an emotional space and subconscious space, we still can find techniques and of therapy to deal with them. If we cannot deal with it through counseling alone, we have medical intervention, clinical intervention that can be deployed to deal with it, to desensitize the subconscious mind, so that you can be helped. I don't know if I've addressed or there's a bit that I've not. I know it was big. Your question was big, and maybe if there's a bit that just raise what I've not addressed, so that I can address it again.
Oh, thank you. It's clear.
Thank you, Daktari. I'm gonna ask on behalf of the other Luo girl a few one or two questions, but I think we'll be alternating with the other Luo girl. I also have a message from one of the listeners. It's a question, but let me start with the first one. Daktari, the Luo girl, the other Luo girl is really. She says she was so. This statement really made her mind spin. That according to her. She says this topic, this statement, the child we don't heal often becomes the adult we struggle to understand. And possibly she's saying, could it be that many adult behaviors are not simply personality traits, they are adaptations that were once necessary for survival? What do you think about that? And then she wants to know that could at some point, especially parents or caregivers who care too much, at what point would they start thinking or trusting or realizing that this could be a harmful behavior? I may not to put up with it as such. I have to do something about it, because you could be too understanding, yet the behavior becomes harmful, and before you know it, a child grows up with it, and then it becomes something else in the future. So she's really, really concerned with this. The word, the words, the child we do not heal most often becomes the adult we don't understand. So to her, when I asked her how she understands it, she thought that we are simply talking about the other child. She didn't think it's us, the adult. I, as a child, as Ouda was growing up as a child, and then I didn't heal some. Then these things catch up with me as an adult. So I don't even understand myself. The people around me don't understand me. And so she said her head spin when it became clear to her that, wait a minute, it is me, the adult. There are traits I didn't heal from when I was a child. So I grew up, and then they're catching up with me. And so, yeah, she's concerned with that.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is a very profound and a nice place to go. In our adult life, definitely there are things that we went through. Some of them were good, And in parenting, like I mentioned last time, there's a balance that we must give. There's a balance where intervention of like your teaching or you a child, there are things that for us to develop values, there are things that we must do. You can't just be a permissive parent that I think she alluded to a parent who is thinking that it is nice. Like right now we are getting a lot of issues with when people are adults in the manner that they have been brought up. If a child grew up with maids and their mother or their parents never exposed them to household chores, for example, everything was done by a nanny, and if they were ever seen in the sink or something, then that was wrong. The nanny would be punished. Then the child's mind grows, the developmental mind grows to say that that's not my space. I should not care about things to do with either the household, keeping it tidy. My room is always done. So that kind of an individual, if you leave them in an environment of their own, and particularly when they go to environment like abroad, I don't know who is living abroad, where it is DIY, you do it yourself, yeah. So they find that they struggle. There's no nanny. The nanny that you want to come maybe once a week is too expensive. That takes out all of your money. So I think in parenting, some of the things that we buy love with from our children, we call it buying love, because maybe you have money, you value your job more than the number of time. A child's development demands that you stay. The attachment of a child requires presence. And if that presence is compromised with other things, that you can take this, go to the football, I leave you with your music teacher, so the extracurriculum become too much at the comfort of being at home and being groomed to know that hard work pays at home. You might keep your environment clean. So once you go to a place and you start littering the place, and somebody else maybe in the office tells you, hey, don't leave that banana peel on your desk because you expect somebody to pick it. Then you find that you are in a conflict all the time. So she's right. There's a balance that we need to do, but we also don't have to be abusive to the children. The environment does not have to be toxic. What helped me a bit after I learned that later, after my husband passed on, that he was very good with the children. I was a workaholic. I was never in their life. But after he passed on, I realized that my children were sort of like, hey, this lady is not there. And sort of like that they had sensed me. So one time I heard them saying, hey, if Dandy were here, we would be in village market. I said, hey, kumbe, this village market becomes a business. So they would retreat to their rooms and they talk, the three of them. So I said, and these children don't seem now to say what their dad used to say. With their dad, they would come, oh, daddy, this happened. Daddy, this happened during when we were in school. Daddy, when we were playing, this person said this. Then the quietness started sinking in the home after he went. So I said, now what do I do with these three children of mine? They're still young. So I told them, guys, I have bought what we call a talking mat. I don't even know how it came into my head. Tell them I've bought because they come from Islamic. Their dad they come from Islamic culture. So I bought a mat. So I told them this is a talking mat. It's not a praying mat. It's a talking mat. When you sit in that mat and you tell me anything, even if you abuse me or you tell me, Mommy, you are useless, you are bad, nothing is taken against you, no cane, no nothing, no hard feelings said. So they used to use the talking mat and they say, oh, Mommy, Daddy used to take us to village market. You are too DPC, but you don't even invest into driver to take us like Daddy used to take. Yet you are the one who used to provide money when Daddy didn't have money. We go to village market. So I said, you are missing village market. He says, yes. I said, okay. We will resume village market. We may not be there to take you, but I will make arrangements for you to be in the village market. Do you need my presence? He told me, no. This, so long as we are in village market, we go to the swing, we eat what we used to eat, then we will buy what we are coming home. We bring you ice cream, and that's it. So I think there are some of the things that we take for granted, yes. And that child that never eat, the child that did not get a space to express themselves, a child that maybe was given too much expression of rights. And I think the two extremes have given us difficulties to understand. So she's right. So in adulthood, those manifest differently. They will manifest and either neglect, and you are neglecting your duties, you don't have adwa. They may also manifest into that you feel aggrieved because now somebody is giving you work that you are not used to, that your parent did not use. Alternatively, if your parents were very, very aggressive, then it can also go the other way. You don't want to do anything. You've had this boarding school where people say, I ate too much nyoyo in the boarding school that now I can't eat cabbage in my own home. I've had those utterances quite a lot, that people that have left certain foods just because they ate them in the boarding school. So she's very right. The person that we are today was molded from when our brain was developing and what happened into our subconscious and development arena, and how our habits were formed, how the pain or the wounds are still lingering in our subconscious mind, and how then they help to form our emotions, because emotions are being shaped. Psychosocial issues, if they were not sorted out, any trigger that mimics something that you've perceived that was not right, or any maybe utterances, it manifests even in speech. The way that sometimes you find that you've thrown something bad to somebody without you realizing, then later you realize, I shouldn't have said that word at that particular time. So maybe you have no control about it because it's something that you sort of like felt when you are a child, but you are never helped to have the right composure, because when a trigger comes, you have no way to think about it. That's why sometimes you are being told, do not write letters back if you are in anger. Because when you are angry, you are likely to say those difficult words that can be interpreted as either rude, they can be interpreted as that you have been abusive, or they are not right. In a workplace environment, they may be taken like you have overstepped your boundaries. So I think she's very right. The person we are today, a lot of it, if you do a psychometric analysis, which we normally ask people to take so that you can see what levels of emotional and psychosocial place you are in. If you do a psychometric test, you may find that because it grades you already, you may find that it's giving you a pointer of where you can be helped. And for me, I think she's right. What is important that some of our environments, like in our social and cultural upbringing, some of us, some of it help us to deal with it. Some, it is genetic and genetic factors that help us to deal with it or to become worse. And it is both ways. So we just need to do a psychometric analysis, or you need to think at it. Really, how did this? Sometimes the trigger can help you know that this could have started much earlier, or I normally react to this kind of a trigger, but that trigger, if you trace it back, could be that something that happened either in your teen or in your childhood, and you can trace it and you can be helped. So I think she's right, but what she wanted us to address, not everybody is a defiant person. I think some of them are traumas that we grew up with, or environments that conditions how we grew up. But because we do not have the agency, or the self-agency, or the inner drive for you to overcome it, then you find that it lives along with you for a long time in adulthood. So I would leave it. A number of people that become genetically that they are just bad, I think the percentage is very small. The percentage would be something that is very small, that we cannot now not compare with the behaviors that we are seeing currently, aggressiveness, people, Kenyans, in fact, sometimes I laugh. Kenyans right now, if you walk, yesterday I was advising some of my female colleagues that please do not, even if you go to your own areas, you have your watchman and you find them very aggressive, your security personnel, please don't overreact because you think you are a boss. Kenya right now is every environment seems to be very very, very, it can be a trigger and you can be killed with a knife or without you knowing. Because we seem to have bred a very aggressive and very angry society for whatever reason I don't understand. But maybe this could also be laced with a political environment and utterances that have aggravated what we are going through. So I want to stop there, and I hope that I've been able to address part of it. If not, then I could add more later. But I hope that part of the majority have attempted, in a nutshell, to answer it.
Thank you, Daktari. I'm sure she may not talk, but she can hear. So if she has anything, I'm sure she'll. But I have before I go to. There's a young man here who has asked a question. Daktari, you just your answer reminds me of how the same question or the same aspect was handled in one of the units I did, the invisible child in adults, and you've said it properly, exactly the same way one of my professors said it, and I said it refers to part of the person that still carries unmet emotional needs, fears, and beliefs formed in childhood. Although the body grows into adulthood, the wounded inner child can to continue to influence how a person thinks, feels, and relates to others. So I think you've really handled it the same way. I read it as it has come. He's a young man. I'm not sure rejection from. I just hope he has not been character developed. But he says, "Uliza daktari, can rejection lead to trauma? And if yes, how can one overcome that?" And then after you answer that, I give it back to the Luo girl. But that's a question from one of our listeners. I just read it directly like it came. Uliza daktari, can rejection lead to trauma? And if yes, how can one overcome that? He's a young man. I hope the young man is not character developed. But yeah, daktari, back
Thank
to
you. Actually, rejection is a worst form of violation, and rejection is really can give you a lot of long-term problems, because once you are rejected, a child who's rejected, you know, deals with a lot of things. You have no self, you have no place of belonging, so you always start think. So he's right, rejection can lead to a lot of things in adult life. Like he's already asked that question. It is true, but you can be helped. It could you can be helped if you're willing to take the help. We have sessions of that, taking those psychometric tests. We will know where you are. We will emotionally, you are wounded completely, but we will be able to, when you are rejected, it's like you are an outcast. And if you look at in our Luo culture, those people who are outcasts, or if you did something, or you killed something, and the community would send you away with bull, and they are dancing, and you are ostracized, and you are not supposed to relate with them. So rejection behaves in a child in that manner, and therefore the child has no security. The child is always angry. Even if they are quiet, sometimes you are very angry, but you are very docile. You are quiet. You don't even respond. Sometimes you look like you can harm a fly, but you are not. Inside you are boiling, and you're wondering what you can do. Those are sometimes the things that you can even wake up in the morning and somebody triggers you badly, and you find that you've taken a stool, you've hit somebody, you end up in a police cell for killing, and you don't know why you have killed. So it is something that we can be managed. It's something that we need to help a person who has gone through rejection. But one important thing that I know, because I've also done a lot of work during HIV and AIDS with the AIDS orphans, one thing that I know, they would be docile, that would keep quiet. When they are looking for help, you will help them. The moment they finish and they get out of that help, you will never see them. Even if you want them to engage again, you will think that this is the best child that I ever brought up. And when they get out of your circle of influence, they don't want to associate again. That gives me something that either the lack of parental availability, even if it's replaced by a foster parent, there's something that we are always missing as children, that our biological parents become old. But that is also something that neglect does. That is also something that if you are neglected or you are sort of like left, it gives the same effect. It's like you are angry with every human being that was around you. But the good thing is help is available. And I would like to encourage the person that we don't even have to mention help, but there are other areas where help can be sought. You don't have to seek help from somebody you know, because if you want to protect your space, you need to be there to a caregiver who can give you that help, but also protect. You need a safe space for you to be helped. So always I say these things, we talk about them, but when you're now affecting you yourself, you need a safe space, somebody who will um, uphold your dignity, will acknowledge that this happened, will help you to recover from what happened, but also will sustain your dignity and restore you to a level that you can engage with people, you can have, you don't because maybe something, when it happened, you don't want even to have a relationship, you don't even want to form a family. If you have a relationship with either the opposite sex or a girl or whatever, then you find that you can't cope all the time, you find that you are on edge. So I think those are some of the things that we need. I would want to answer him that way. I can take a rejoinder if he has, but that is my comment on that particular matter.
Thank
One
you.
left.
Yes,
One
yes,
left.
okay. Yes, okay.
Rejection is too wide. And rejection in a man engage. And personally, rejections are different. Rejection from friends, rejection from Nyako, kind dicho, they are very different. They are very different. Because kata the Kakao structure Gino is very different. Because one was a kalo through all of them, and it was very different. Rejection from a parent and rejection from a girlfriend. Girom. So ominango. Because can rejection from Yirito and very different. Konyalo wachen what ominango ko rejection.
I'm
And
just so happy that he's listening
too
to
bright.
us. I hope,
And too wide.
yeah, yeah. Abe sama so me penji na hope no can character develop.
Let me
Ana hope nen man.
I hope aningeni kaka
Ana
wabwe
hope nen
from the
man.
childhood wounds. I was thinking in rejection from either the socialization kawo bedo brought up. Toka and mano bende, it is true, the rejection is still rejection, but how you handle it and deal with it, and the threshold of what it does to you is different. So maybe you are right. We can but this is why the community is important, because we can also give experiences of the type of rejections that we have experienced and how they have affected our lives differently. So he either can specify, or he can be helped
You know,
by getting examples of rejection, the type of
in a,
rejection. Well, you are big here. Thank you.
in an example of the Gimami Achan and Okensem,
Mm,
Nyiri do not experience relationship rejection often.
yeah.
Dichu chuo,
Mm.
it is bread and butter. It is a bread and kapo kibedo rejected kaka dichuo in very lucky.
GK, I think it's good ni owinjowa. Koro odwokowa, ooro na message. Owacho ni, and I'm reading it as it comes because it's the message from them. So, owacho ni, this is general. From family, friends, workmates, to relationship thing. It started right from home, even before the love thing. I think that's where the whole thing lies. It started from home, even before the love thing. That's the last part of the message. I read it as it comes. Back to you guys too.
Mano it's very interesting. Okay. Koachoni, it is general. Mano is a very unique character to me. To me. this is my personal opinion, more than a clinical, psychological opinion, and a very unique circumstance. Even your friends, okinyal make friends, rejecti, kata gym ta okudwari, kata
Workmates.
jotuoro okudwari, workmates okudwari. Ay, George.
Let's be
Ay,
honest. Let's be
emomi ano can for this
Was jotuoro
general.
necessary because okawacho no ay tuoro.
Ing'e nowacho kila ng'ato, everyone.
And true, there is a bit of rejection that manifests. Key is even rejected from childhood. You have a mentality of attracting rejection. You see, money is also something that happens, and I said it. Either you become attached, you become it, like in your psyche. You always think about, and you remember I said something, women sometimes get too much attached to the species that maybe sexually violated them, or they become overtly aggressive. So the same thing when you are rejected in childhood, there are certain craving that you are getting, the kind of things that you think that you're going to buy love, and there are certain attributes and the mannerism that you acquire that then begins to attract rejection, because if people see the way you, but sometimes it is not only you, it is that you have put certain values and attributes in yourself. But if something small trigger, and I think the resentment that comes with rejection is that you are not trusting, you are overtly sensitive, and therefore that rejection not cannot come only from the people outside, but it's also intrinsic. It is external, it is extrinsic, but it is also intrinsic. So the person you relate with, kagimoro timre ati mama tinini, to ini uo nine ene, kagima you interpret it as you've been rejected. So I think we just need to deal with the root cause. How do we restore you so that your sensitivity and you can, the relationship, because I think that speaks to a lot of relationship destroying of how to sustain trust and relationship. And I think that is something, because he said that in every sphere that he goes, that they find rejection. I'd already said it before. Some of these things that manifest could affect your relationship at the workplace, could affect your relations in whatever manner. So I think it may be difficult, but help can be still found. So we encourage him that help can still be found. In relationship with the ladies, that one I think somebody else can attempt to, because it's a man talk, somebody can attempt. I heard that relationship, if you are rejected with a lady with a lady, then that becomes a very deeper wound. May be true, and it depends on the kind of a man that you are. If you are a man that is very trusting, and you are socialized, as you say, you can conquer the world, then a lady's rejection become too painful. But if you left yourself that this is something that may work, and you give yourself this nyako ni anyalo dhi dware to be kotamre to ging'eny e world ka anyalo yudo moro, then you find that you have conditioned your brain that the rejection may not be true. But if you have already started courting and you have gotten some level of attachment, then it can be something that is very painful that we need to address very quickly. Thank you.
Erokamano daktari, mano onge wacha, mana miora moth bro chwake en kijana matin e relationship kanyo.
But telo and rejected nyaka Nyasaye o rejected. Nikech en every this is a very unique character.
It is.
Someone who everybody rejects.
Nyaka jotuoro. Kaka jotuoro chicha.
To kodhi kuma ji nitie to already gise reject kata kapok owuoyo. Very interesting.
Very interesting.
Manyaka waketi lab wa study.
Koro daktari osemiwago ni koka relationship kanyo, we wachwake, wadwa chwake aguch wacha, obro bedo kare. Back to you, Luo Gal, to the next session.
Ananeno ka ng'ano kochwake maber agulu, obo bedo maber malich, kendo in fact obo bedo one of our topmost ginene ka.
Yeah, mana diri. Wadhi chwake aguchwa. Are we on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Dugal, back to you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Daktari, on breaking the circle for the next generation, how do you know you've truly broken the circle or if you're just repeating it differently? Like, how do you know?
Breaking the cycle, Mara, generational traumas is something that has been studied but not very well studied. But the reason why, if you are restored in the other before you go to the next generation, then most likely you cut off the cycle. But that means you need to be helped, you need to be consistently monitored until you get to a level that you know that you can cope without that trauma affecting your behaviors and life. And I think there are many psychologists, clinical psychologists here, that can also give us some of their experiences, what they in practice, what they practice, and that perhaps will be able to help us. But I think it is something that needs to be realized. There are certain traits that families carry and walk through several generations. You can find some families are just anger prone, that whatever generation that you find nyithindi ibiro yudo achiel mana gi attribute okawo the same anger mar jo min gi noting'o bende gidhi e generation ka gidhi. If you look at that study very well, you'll find that those traits sometimes are carried along. Last time I talked about certain parts of the DNA that we have noticed that has certain elements of like a childhood trauma would be residents, and like I said, also the particularly political or conflict that is meted in a violent situation, in a conflict situation. Sometimes we find that the trauma is transmissible to the unborn child, especially in women who are pregnant at a particular time. I do not say that it cannot be broken. The most important aspect in this matter is if you can realize that this, sometimes you take it, ni mano en kitwa. Wan jodalawa wan mahera idha kitugo kodwa to iyudowa mana sano sano. To you may not realize that it is something that had come through socialization and you are mimicking somebody who that environment conditioned you, because a child emulates whoever and the behaviors of the people that are in their surrounding and in their environment. So I guess for me, the most important thing is once we have realized that we carry childhood trauma and wounds, it is better to just look for help and just ascertain that we can break what is being. If you do a psychometric test, you will know whether where your help points need to be. But if it is something that is behavior or is from akiani nigi anga ni bedo ga ni en inherited, I'm not too sure, or kata certain trait. Awinjo ka jomoko koni gunde jomoko manyiri inyalo yudo ni nyiri moko mohero kata dhi timo gik moko ma kamae ni mano nie rembwa, koro akia ni rembgi no to chal nade. So I wouldn't want to but what I as a clinician I would like to say that we have ways of dealing with. And if you realize, like I think for me, there are one or two things that I've realized in our families that certain of our ladies have gone through. I think those that have been widowed quite a little bit early, but we've come to a group where we are now talking about it as a family, and the ladies tell you what their experiences that they have gone through and how they have managed to cope and how they have now managed to parent and talk to their children. I think The important thing that once you know there's something that you acknowledge it happened, the most important thing is to get a safe place to talk about it. For us, we are three in our family. We have a safe place where we talk, and one of them is my niece, and she's very calm with talking to me. I could get a phone, auntie. Today I want to come and we just talk something. I needed to get some wisdom from you on how I handle certain things. So I tell her, you know why? But we have this bad trait of like once we have been widowed at a young age, we have all resolved that we are not remarrying. We are not getting engaged into other people's lives. We stick to our children and ourselves. So sometimes we laugh and we say, I think that is a bad coping strategy, but we have also gotten to that bad coping strategy until now. Me, I'm old. So now sometimes they just laughed. Auntie, if you are now old, why do you want to try other avenues? I encourage them to get relationships that will anchor them in old age, but they laugh and they tell me, if you didn't do it, why do you want us to do it? So I think we can break some bad habits that we do have that were not bad habits because we were bad, but they are bad habits because we had wounds and traumas that we carried, either through our communities or other people in schools. The trauma can be in any open space, anywhere, workplace. So I think we can break it if you identify it. But I think the point is, do we normally go out to identify so that we can get help? I think that not many people get that help. And in any case, this particular aspect of medicine hasn't been developed quite well, and structures for helping people are not readily available. But I think right now we are developing professionals. We have very young, nice, very sharp professionals now that are taking this matter very seriously and are helping communities. So I would encourage that they continue to do so. So I hope if I've gone around the subject, but I would want to leave it to ng'ano mane onego konya time mane dwa konyo wuoyi chande odonja ne pap mondo wachnwa ni obi kako paro ni wanyalo ng'ado gini. Karibu, arwaki.
Wuoyi cha wami Ramoth. Ramoth ema wadwa mi ochwake aguche.
Ramoth bende koro be nyalo medo Ramoth be nyalo medo gini. Wanyalo ng'ado gini mondo koro wuoyi ni kik bed jene. Ramoth wachane gini wanya ng'ade donge.
Iwacho nang'o minyalo ng'ad? An pod adong kaka un three of you ma ok dwa relationship.
To mano to koro wanyalo wacho nyuma ya tent kucho.
Nikech aparo ni maybe the men you guys had were just irreplaceable. So
they are very nice men. For
Nyalo
sure.
bet ni very unique. Labda gin very unique makata yudo replacement nyaka ng'ato ti 10 times
Nyaki
harder.
think twice.
Nyaki ti 10 times harder nikech chuok rom. Nitie moko ma tekogi ng'eny. So
None is a subject of part 2.
But kaka niwacho ni Uda niwacho ni kijana no.
No, wawacho ni cycle ma breaking. She has Luo galas as ni this wounds mabiro to bedo person, maybe they continue to manifest in the next generation, intergenerational transfer, and can it be broken? And for me, I was telling her, I think if it is identified, it can. So I just wanted you to help contribute in that aspect.
Yeah, and it is more. And my starting point and get the purpose of the society. The society ngi purpose nyalo remedy a lot. Okay, seche moko nyalo rango ni this kwarango azunge thing is in this is a character. This is a trauma. Kama. But and kaneno watching, for example, kikao the youth make Africa. The amount of pressure magidi bedo under to develop this continent, kata Kenya, it will be like 15,000 times ma kata Europeans went through. Maybe the type of skin manyaka gibed go, nyaka bed 15,000 times harder. So ka gibedo compared kod, okay, there's this normal child in the world, one chien, the normal world one teach you to one wa goal a lot of these things. Ntie some things magin ginyalo classify as an ideal, ma for us will be ideal based on kumawadu wadhi. But ka society onge purpose to everything goes. Bedo unambitious. Minyalo achon the reason for my unambition is trauma. My father used to neglect me. To adon kanyo, and it becomes a obedo an excuse. Kakama now actually this general trauma. So everything don't you under that umbrella. So kata joma ogin motivated to kibet kode to been okay. I went through hardship when I was a child. So okodwa tiyo matek. It's just part of the process. But aneno ni in such a that is the first thing. Society nyaka bed go purpose. Nyaka bed nitie kuma gidhie. So that jika achieve in that society, gibedo measured by kaka society de. Aparo ni Europeans rieka gikelega to a very individual level. It
Yeah,
is
and I
supposed to be
think you are
you.
right. You are right
You
there.
are right there. Mm.
One of the things
And then,
Manyato were doing identity, getting your own identity and affirming that you are an individual being with aspiration and your own identity. I think one is acceptance of self, and even if you went through those trauma, how much are you able to want to behave so that you restore yourself into yourself and become useful to yourself? I think that is a conversation, like you rightly say, that it is not that Nine or Tim Nakama, but how much do you want to redeem yourself in a generation that if you don't work hard pays, and if you don't, then you remain, you perpetuate the carne Punian poverty. You don't want to come out of the poverty circle because certain things were done to you. So that is where I'm saying, if the issue that were done to you can be addressed, then you are restored to realize that your self identity and what we call agency is built up, so that you are able to pick up from where you are and you deal with the past. Once you deal with your past, then you realize my past cannot be forgotten, but they do not have to affect me, so that I do not, it stops me from developing my, what do you call it? And either professionally or as a human being, the human development abilities that you need. So I think people can be helped to break out of that circle and be restored, in my view. Thank you.
Um,
so Mano is interesting. And Odido Achanadi.
no, aparo ni, I totally agree with with what you people are bringing out, because otherwise, trauma can properly, as we must bring the African aspect, the African community, and African, we can break it down into various communities and how they dealt with these things, because Africa did not heal children individually, especially come to Luos. We were always taught that a child belongs to the village. Of course, nowadays we do ask, but who brought up the village if the village brought up the child? Uh, um, because trauma explains why a person developed certain matters. It can never, and it should never justify remaining in it, because the role of the family, elders, school, faith communities, and culture is to provide correction. So culture comes in again for me, because um, the culture provides that correction. It provides belonging, and that is quite important. So the role of the individual is to choose healing, discipline, and accountability. But the people around them must be the guide around these things. Otherwise, they take some of them excuse laziness for trauma. Some of them excuse not just wanting to do something and blame situations. And if people still blame situations and people and conditions at adulthood, I always say, in finishing, at 35, anybody who still says I'm an orphan is a fool. There is no excuse on that. You can't talk. That can't be your starting point at 35. Yes, you are an orphan, but after 35, you can't still be using that as an excuse. Something is wrong, and it needs to be checked into. Back to you, Luogal and Christina. We soon gonna go on a break, so I don't know whether we we put in one question or before the break, or what do
Yeah.
you? Luogal is up to you.
Yeah, there's a friend who has a question here. Maybe we can talk about it, then we go for a break. So, Christian, a friend is asking how she can talk to her parents about the wounds they caused her while growing up without her taking the blames. Like, it seems her growing up was not a good path with the parents, and it's like she has carried much pain with it, and at some point she feel like she need to face the parents and talk about it, but she don't know how to go about it. So maybe like she thinks she can still be blamed and maybe not get her help out of it. So she's asking how can she go about it. Yeah, she's also listening. Korobro Winjo, the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is a good thing to do. Confronting the past, if it's going for you to heal, is a good thing, but it is the how you confront the past is what is important. You realize that even if your parent, maybe in their situation, they were not doing, I hope they were not just doing it to punish. They were just doing it because either they thought that was their style of upbringing. I don't know the environment, but I want to say that I have a South Sudanese lady that also came to me because of that situation. The father is a soldier. They were left here in Kenya for a long time when they were children. I think from primary, they finished their secondary school, and I think their mother was being abused or something. So at some point, she told me the same. So she said she was having a lot of difficulty, and she was always having ulcers. She was going to hospital all the time, sick. And when she came and I had a conversation with her, I told her she needs to talk to the father, but respectfully. There is a place that you can confront your past, but this being your biological parents or whether they are foster parents, is the respect and how they approach that you are going to do. A parent, when a child go respectfully and said, I feel that this happened, I'm hurt about it. I gave her what to tell the dad, because being that is still a soldier. So, but you also must understand his background, that the soldiers in the field, when they come to the family, they do not know how to differentiate between their family and the battlefield and the people that the machoism that they are given. So that is in the context of a soldier. But in the context of a family life, I think when you go, I don't know whether I'll be giving a good advice, because for us that were socialized many years back, whatever their parents did for us, we just thought that they were bringing us as good children. And therefore, even if you were caned as much as I was caned during my time, when I got a job, my first responsibility is to go back home. And sometimes we'll joke about with my mom and we say, hey, nyakogiri ni chwado wa makoro nyero to wachuni. That chwado you is what has made you what you are, and that's why you brought me back the sugar. So I guess for her, where she is, it is pain that we must deal with. We cannot downplay that pain. But she can still confront them and talk to them. I don't think they will blame her if you just go quite nicely and say, Dad, I've come, or Mom, I've come. maybe the first day you have gone, you are just a nice girl, you've taken them, then you say, I need, or you call them and say, I need us to talk about something which I feel very that we need to discuss. But it is the tonation. But are you capable of addressing it without breaking down and emotion? I think that that assessment needs to be done, because if you go to break down and you are crying, it may not. Well, they may feel they may also feel guilty that they did something wrong, but you may not carry the conversation up to the end, that you all reach a level of forgiveness. Because in this, what you need to do is a level where the wounds are acknowledged, and you all say we are ready to move on. And the word apology, sometimes parents are not difficult to apologize when they know they did something. They may not say it in the words that you want, at I'm very sorry, but you say, nyathina to karagino thagi, that means they are remorseful, that they have acknowledged that something went wrong. So I do not know, because I don't know the circumstance. I can't be very prescriptive, but I want to acknowledge and tell her, yes, it is something that she needs to talk about because it is causing her pain. It is maybe the technique on how to address the issue. But even as we address it, we still must remain respectful so that we come to the end, that it is a win-win situation for all of us. It's a win-win situation that everybody has come out. They have acknowledged that this happened. They have acknowledged it's caused pain, but it's also being restored. That they have acknowledged, yes, we did this, our child, it may not have been wrong, or that circumstance, what brought we just thought that we are, maybe the village or whatever, that we are being socialized, we are being hurt because of this. But they could also be able to tell you, that time we were dealing with our own issues, like that case scenario that I had given in one. The mother was not neglecting or aggressive because she wanted, but they also had issues, which sometimes parents don't tell their children. You may find your parent very aggressive, but because they are cushioning you, or they are preventing you from knowing the issues that they go through, whether at the workplace they are being violated, at the workplace they are going through, they have taken loans, somebody's running after them. So I guess I want to encourage her that, yes, going back to talk about that with their parents, so that everybody can acknowledge their bit of the story and she can also understand them better. Then we reach a place where there is healing and win-win of that situation. Then the family will move thereafter, a very happy family. Parents will be also very happy that she has talked about it, and now the healing and restoration has been accomplished. I hope that she has heard me. I didn't want to be very prescriptive because I don't know the circumstance very well. Thank you.
Ebu luo gal anyalo mede gimoro kanyo koso kodu opinion ma joma
Um,
joma
Medame
nigi richo
Dami,
kaka wan.
Miami,
Ing'eyo, an gima nalan the hard way ni, especially generation one, we expect our parents to be perfect. Mano mokwongo. And then we do not expect them to be humans. Meaning ni gin ne ok ginyal make mistakes nikech gin parents. And kawabet piny kwang'isogi, they should accept what we say, because now we know better nikech wanonyuolo in this time. And gino no hit me when I reached my mother's age and I realized, but wait, gik mane expect no ng'eyo ka nikech en my parent. She had no idea. She had no idea. Nikech an be ochuna nachako observe ka ng'egi. So ananeno ni there is this pressure. Nikech kata an naketo my parent down, nikora dwa ng'ise. The reply manomiya made me even more angry. It made me so angry. Nikech no apologize. But no apologize with the words manadwa winjo. Nikech she was not understanding where the problem was. To anatemo force you have to understand where the problem was. So as much as I know we should talk with these people, Kaboacho mana kaka pare, we also have to grow up. Oknyal bet ni one the only people one this generation of ours, everybody did us wrong. And they were supposed to be perfect and they were supposed to know everything. I don't, this is becoming such a pressure. Logataka go example with my own Gintenda. At the beginning, I was very harsh. Very harsh. Tonangeo now was very harsh. Okay, at the back of my mind, if something was to happen to me, Gibbo survive by themselves. So Nadwa bedo with a bit of a distance between me and them. Kochopo kama gidongo, to ankanyo kurangisogin, this is what I was trying to do. And then it was madness, but this is what I had. This is what I had. I was struggling to see how I explain to you at that age my experience of like 35 years, 36 years. Mundi understand to in 2 years, kata in 4 years, kata in 6 years, kata in 10 years. The way I understand life, the way you understand life, opogre. To kata sani, kata kan my mom, the way she understands life, to the way I understand life. Ntiki kumokomo seneno, ma maybe I have not seen. Ma, it makes her do like this. To anpuda dora dora nangiseni, you are wrong. You are just wrong because this is how I think it should be done. Or a window from some people, and this is how it should be done. Or a neno from some movies, and this is how it should be done. So, Anang is in maybe, item kaka, Madam Sadia wachoni, item uwoyo kode. But imagine, he expect ni gin begin chi. Tinyalo kata tamre ni okina appreciative. So, coach up with that situation, what next? And now prefer, this is my opinion, now prefer, before a team gimoroni debate with your parents, afadhali you the therapist. And mano no konya so much. No konya so much. Afadhali you the therapist. Because my issues were different. Another wrong amanya lawyer and the therapist was there. So it was easy. But it was abe nadi kum therapist ka expect no bo bed perfect. Koro kangise therapist ni poko aida ki geto. Kangise ki geto tan kaka wange mor. I realized na nego ngani. But it was interesting to see. Yeah. So it was interesting to see this reaction when I realized, experiences are not the same.
Mm.
Experiences are not the same. Koroka expect no be kitchen therapist nyako bed ka understand my issues. Labda and min gino ken kamano, won gino ken kamano. So temo help us. So ana gimatemo watch at the back of it, as much as one and on one wrong. But these people, we have to accept that people are people. Tegik mangeng magenya lotima which do not go according to how we think. Might is one mabo kwanyere. Okay, sometimes I will kaka describe gigini. Your parents were just supposed to be perfect and give you everything and do it the way you think. Manoken gima. But Luo Gal nursing is one joma we were rich. One okuno somo giki. So we are from experience. Kaka jogeto. Kamane kaka. My personal experience. Nikechina paron kangise, I will be so relieved.
Okay.
Enge kaka no ngisa uda. No ngisa kama. No apologize.
Yeah.
But no ngisa ni. Whatever I did that made you like this, I apologize. Whatever no manowango here. This whatever. Nikech to okino timo kamano as madarao. Nikech oko understand what I'm saying. Tongi kumondikni because she's my parent. Nyako understand every statement mani wiya. That is not humanly possible. So when I realized, no, okay, maybe Maybe I bear do a bit of dictator Martin. I done everything or work the way I think it should work. Tokoroko work kamano to everybody is wrong. My mother is the worst. Nikech kata chieng' mana nitie kanyo telo ka therapist no. Nachako complain about my parents. Alafu awacho akia angiso therapist no. But these people are dead. Akia gimama awacho nikech an alive. So they are dead. Akia gimama Peter bring them into this room. Gisedi, whatever they did. Gisedi. Kanyama na realize no maybe adwaro. Afadhali a bed code therapist. No, afadhali bed code therapist. No, okay. Chinyalo wuoyo with your parents and
You are
kodhi kakiparo.
you realize you are breaking the whole wall looking for a needle.
Nyalo.
Um,
I
uh,
think we can have a break, but just before we have a break,
yeah.
the context under which I was bringing the issue, I said, before you go to confront them, some level of understanding of what the expectation may be and their level of comprehension is a talk that needs to be done in a very, and I said I don't want to be prescriptive because like I gave my example, mama nakikone ni mama ing'e ni timo kama ni chwad to bokoni to ok chwat ne momiyo koro ikelo na sukari, so iniparo ni idwa ni remind ni nochwadi matek kabisa to ento oneno ka chwat no nokoni. So like what I want to acknowledge, we are not in the same space. What our children are feeling and the way that they feel they should be treated right now is not what our either communities, like I think we talked about culture and community and upbringing. It is not what the kind of myself and our parents went through. And I think most parents do not even know what we are talking about. A lot of childhood wounds and trauma. Gin gi nyathi kiluoyo kata iwuoyo ne to iparo kata kituone onge discipline moro ne nitie ga seche moko inyalo ted kuon to in iketho gimoro kia ni a skul late to koro ituoni chiemo, jomoko nosemi chiemo, jomoko ituoni koro ing'iyo ji to chiemo to in to tuoni. Now, for a child that is very traumatic, but for parents, they think it's a way of discipline. So I agree with you, Ramasni. The level where the parents, we need to also give to scope where our parents' knowledge about the issues we are talking about and what they did and just moderate what they did. But what I want to acknowledge that if there is real pain that it has caused that may cause emotional or psychological issues, it needs to be addressed, even if it means that you feel comfortable to talk to them. And I like what you have brought about. Maybe you talk to a counselor first, so they will give you the scope of ranges of what perhaps you may expect. It may be re-traumatization, meaning you get secondary trauma out of the talk, or it may be in a situation it may be healthy to take it. But I like that you need to scope it with a counselor before you take that kind of a venture. It will give you a rough idea. If this reaction comes this way, this is how you expect, and this is how you deal. Because then the counselor would have already gotten the background and can scope very well. That's why I said I can't be prescriptive because I don't know what really happened. So thank you. Eruru Kamano.
Thank you very much. So we're going for a break. We have got a number of comments from our listeners. I think one of the listeners would have come in, but her network is bad, and that's another lady we cherish. She also runs a foundation, and she wanted to also bring an aspect of the girls she's working with. We know her, Mama Gigi, but we go for a break. As we go for a break, I want us to think through this. What we've been talking about, especially around parents, and we should not forget that it's not only parents who bring people up. People wrong us. You ask for forgiveness. You guys forgive each other. There is no guarantee another mistake will not come. Healing is not pretending the wound never happened. It is refusing to let yesterday's pain become tomorrow's identity. So you can honor the heart, seek understanding, and still choose to become the parent or a partner or that person who breaks the circle. If your parents wronged you, your pain deserves to be acknowledged. But maturity also invites a second truth. And I think that is what Ramoth was talking about. Your parents were human beings, not perfect people. They raised you with knowledge and emotional capacity and circumstances they had then. They are not seeing the world as you are seeing. They were not seeing the world then as you are seeing the world today. Your understanding of where you are right now is totally different from the understanding when your parents were your parents and you are a young person growing up. We go for a break shortly, and then I have got comments from and more questions from our listeners. Thank you, Kevin. I see you, Mama Gigi. I see your text. There's another person. Yes. So we go for a break. As we go for a break, allow me to play for you to know that Dr. Christine has a nephew who went to be with the Lord, but was one of the greatest Luo musicians. So she likes the songs that were sung by the brother's son. So allow me to play one of those. Thank you.
Baba, asembo kokise, yeah. Baba, yeah. Asembo kokise, oui. Paulina milaida na nyaseme nyako dongo, inapiti ndaduoga kama yandalale pinymoro. Awora sembo kokise kamunge oramba. Awora sembo kokise, yeah, yeah. Awora sembo kokise, yeah, yeah. Nyis joka doyo, joko jambo duto mono ngwonae. Aworo sana, baba woda doyo lotero. Oika onge babo mino digo kodoracha. Oika onge babo mino yer wono finyo. Oika onge babo mino leche kodakeo. Oika onge ogola woda doyo tuon ratego. Oika onge baba woda chola kodadwele. Oika onge babo ke kodongo semelango. Oika onge babo mino kinda kodarage. Oika onge babo mine lijo diambo. Oika onge babo minadero won kondo. Oika onge baba yurojiwa kodobago. Oika onge baba wodongo koda wanjere. Oika onge baba mini rosa uma. Aya yeru atuono si mimi achopo turu adala. Oh baba. Aya yeru atuono si mimi achopo turu adala. Ah baba mpendwa, kufa kwako tabu kwetu sisi watoto yako mama, yeah. Asembo kokise pacho. Paulina milaida na nyaseme nyako dongo, kina piti ndaduogo kama yandalale pinymoro. Awora sembo kokise kamunge oramba. Awora sembo kokise, yeah, yeah. Awora sembo kokise, yeah, yeah. Nyisi joka doyo, joko jambo duto mono ngwonae. Aworo sana, baba woda doyo lotero. Oika onge babo mino digo kodoracha. Oika onge babo mino yer wono finyo. Oika onge babo mino leche kodakeo. Oika onge gola woda doyo tuonu ratego. Oika onge baba woda chola kodadwele. Oika onge baboke kodongo semelango. Oika onge babomino kinda kodarage. Oika onge babomine lijo diambo. Oika onge babomina dero won kondo. Oika onge baba yorojiwa kodobago. Oika onge baba wodongo kodawanjere. Oika onge babomini rosa uma. Aya yenu tumono simimi achopo turu adala. Aya yenu tumono simimi achopo turu adala. Yeah. Baba, asembo kokise. Passage. Malita waroka kosiko, oh, babiti makamanango. Malita waroka kosiko, oh, babiti makamanango. An mariembe pachoko, so, oh, soko siringa nango baba. An mariembe pachoko, so, oh, soko siringa nango baba. Uchopo kamanyo chaduogo kokise. Tokoliringa nango baba. Uchopo kamanyo chaduogo kokise. Tokoliringa nango baba. Ratego dat nilita iwoda dela. Onda makelweti kende baba. Ratego dat nilita iwoda dela. Onda makelweti kende baba. Mondi mosa tigo no riti bende. Mondi mosa tigo no riti bende. Baba korionge, yawiwe wakie malich. Baba korionge, yawiwe wakie malich. Mama, iwa ya tataranga ibandeko. Tabu mingi duniani kwangu, yake kifo yake baba yangu mupendwa Joshua Fredrick Ogola Adoyo. Anya parodiambo asembo kokise kwaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you once more for gracing us with your presence as we have this candid talk with none other than Dr. Christine. And even from her early part of presentation, you could see that she was actually directly quoting from the research that they did. So she is not just talking from a point of any other thing, but a vast knowledge that has gone through into research for this. The other aspect that is very important is that when you listen to people who give themselves as examples, they don't quote people, other people, but they talk to us through lived experiences and lived examples. GK has just become vulnerable enough with us to share a very, very deep aspect of what we're talking about. Dr. Christina herself talked about her own issues that she went through, including very, very personal ones. And I think that's one of the most important topics that you can discuss, because people give their very innermost experiences, and we learn from that. So I want to tell you that we're getting a lot of feedback from people, and Kevin says, sometimes I think the word, I normally read these things the way they come, because they're not my opinion, they're not from me, they are from the people. So I read as they come. One, Kevin says, sometimes I think the word trauma is used very loosely. Failure to observe the world and forge an identity that can function in that world is labeled trauma, but it may be failure on our part to adapt. I think, Christine, that put that at the back of your mind. What Kevin has said, that sometimes I think the word trauma is used very loosely. Failure to observe the world and forge an identity that can function in that world is labeled trauma, but it may be failure on our part to adapt. Before you do that, the one of our listeners, we normally in this program, we have a leeway of giving one or two direct lines to one of the listeners who possibly even didn't think they would speak, but they would want to say something, whether it's a question, whether it's something, but they are speaking directly from the listeners' camp, those who are listening to the program. So I'm gonna bring Nyakwaro Buogo to either comment or ask a question on the topic today. They may be struggling with the network, so I would give her the first priority. Then, even if she drops, she'll be listening. Nyakwaro Bwogo, if you are hearing us, please, your comment or your question, you are representing the listenership today. Please come through.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, George
Yes,
and
very well.
Ramoth.
Go ahead.
So I'm happy for today's discussion. Though my network has been very unstable, I could not even listen to some of the parts, but there are some parts that I just picked, which is very important to most of us. Like me, myself, I've been undergoing a lot. I've been going through a lot. Oh, even in fact, from my childhood. So you've been spoken about the trauma, something like that. That maybe if we fail to speak about them or maybe share, it can traumatize us. Maybe in our old age. So I've been asking myself that what if I share such thing to somebody? How will they take it, or how will they maybe take me? For example, maybe there's something I went through when I was very young, because I was living with my dad most of the time. I didn't even stay with my mom. My mom died when I was young, but unfortunately, up to date, I don't even know where she was buried. So that thing has been haunting me. We've even tried to trace where she was buried, even maybe if that other trace something, maybe some of the things that she left behind, but we couldn't even manage. So there's something we call fear of the unknown. So I underwent a lot of things with my dad. We were two girls there. Sometimes you find maybe analeta mke mwingine, anaoa. So kuna vitu zingine, somebody, you know how a drunkard person is very violent. The things you can even see at your younger age until you ask yourself, how and why am I seeing such things? So it has been haunting even today. Sometimes whenever I sit down, I could ask myself, why was I seeing such things? Was it meant to be that I had to see such things? Even my brothers. Ramon, unasumbua. So it has been very traumatizing to us. Like I can just remember one day I was very young. There's my elder brother. So my mom came. I think I was still in nursery. She was living in Uganda. So she came to at least to check on us. Maybe her plan was to live with us to Uganda. But unfortunately, my dad came drunk. Maybe chased her away in the middle of the night. So my elder brother had to follow my mom. It was around 3 in the morning. So he had to follow her where she went, but he couldn't even find her. So that's how she disappeared from us. And my brother also, yani mtu anaingia hata kwa zile misitu kutafuta mama yake, you know. So right now, hata yeye anasumbuliwa sana. Saa zingine anasema, how I wish I could see my mom today. How I wish I could know even where mamangu alifika kelele. Just a minute.
Dr. Christine.
First of all, let me start by appreciating the lady who has spoken. It is usually very difficult to talk about those deep personal things, but we want to acknowledge that you are brave. You have been able to give us your personal experience. What I can say that the beginning of your conversation maybe is the beginning where help or some, because now that you've started talking openly is the beginning of getting a little bit of emotional support of help, and that may not completely take away your pain, but it will relieve and give you a level of functionality perhaps that you need. So it is a deep personal thing, especially when a mom cannot be traced where it is, because first of all, if you can, even if you were to see the grave or some of whatever and you know what happened to her, that would give some closure. But because the closure hasn't been found, and in that situation, there's the issue to the emotions that come with the action of the dad, but there's also the anxiety and the pain that comes that mom cannot be found or the closure cannot be gotten. I want to encourage her that help can still be found if you get a safe place and somebody that can accompany you in the journey that could get some emotional and support. I know we had talked about trauma can be loose, yes, in the person that described, but in your context, it is real trauma. It is not the one that we talk about that when maybe somebody has caned you, then you cannot adapt the way the other gentleman had indicated. So I want to encourage you that it is a tough life that you went through in childhood. Definitely, it needs to be supported, like we had said earlier, that even those childhood wounds and trauma can still be assisted if you get the right help. So for me, it is something that for children to go through is deep. Your brother, I'm sure, like you have said, the whole family needs restoration and healing. So, in my view, the only thing I can say that you are a brave girl to even come out and talk about it. That is the beginning of where help can be found. So, the next step is to get somebody to accompany you to talk about it in a safe sensitive place, because you had said that you didn't know what to talk about, but also thanking you for entrusting us as a community that are here today, that we are part of your painful journey, that we hope that we will be able to give you some kind of, even if it's prayer, distant support, that also help can come from here, that maybe you'll take it a step further, that you get somebody to accompany in your journey, and that will also bring restoration maybe to your brother who is also struggling with those that happen in the childhood. So for now, I don't want to talk about much of it, but just to acknowledge that it's real pain. It needs to be dealt with. Thank you for entrusting us with your what you've gone through, and I think it is important that you take it. The healing or the psychosocial and emotional and the trauma that you went through, because it will manifest in different ways. I'm sure that you have not been able to say here, but to getting a therapy, somebody to accompany you will be important, so that you can also be useful to my great grandchild. I can hear a child, I don't know whether it's your own, in the background, so that the family, you can be whole and get into a level of functionality that it does not research that affect you and increase more vulnerability and mental health issues. And sometimes lost, you feel lost when such things, when they come back, the trigger comes to be remembered. And I'm sure there are things that you talk with your siblings. So if you allow me, I would just comment up to that point. If there's any need for looking for support, perhaps later we will be able, if you are in a position, but whether you want to identify one yourself or you want to be accompanied to identify one, I am sure it's something that we can all do here as a community. Thank you very much. And we empathize. We'll pray for you. My is to pray. So we are looking for people.
Nyakwaro Bwogo, close your mic until Christine finishes, please. Yeah.
We'll also accompany you with prayer. Sometimes the prayer, people sometimes underrate the power of the prayer, but just relating with a being that is higher than us sometimes is important. So I would want to leave it at that. But the organizers of this program can reach out later, or you can reach out to them. Whatever support that is humanly possible to be given, we will try and find out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama Christine. Nyakwaro Bwogo.
Thank you so much, the speaker, for the encouragement. Though I did not finish because of the child. Sorry for the interference, for the interruption. Yeah, so that was that's where I was coming to. Now that being from the childhood, you've not stayed with your parent, mostly the mother, you lack the, I like, if somebody lacks that mother's love. You know how mother's love is now coming in, maybe in terms of maybe this issue of marriages. You know, we ladies sometimes unasema saizi hata I wish mamangu angekuwa ningeenda at least anishauri, aniambie what to do, ani-advise. But now hauna mahali pa kuenda, hauna mtu wa kutrust na your issues. even the friends, you don't have somebody whom you can trust fully. At least akuambie now, because marriage, you know what marriage is, how it's not a bed of roses. Kuna watu wanapitia mengi. Sasa ingine nakaanga chini mahali nasema okay, I wish my mom was there. Saizi ningekimbia kwake. Because if you go to somebody else, atamana nyiko mama, you don't know what this person will say. You fear. Watasema nini? Wataanza kusema nyarang'ane kia nang'ong'a, nyarang'ane otimre nade. Do they know ni nitiere gimoro ma inakuumiza, of which wao ndio wanafaa wasaidie. So that's what I do lack, the mother's love, whom I can share my problems with, whom I can even at least be open to what I go through. Saa zingine uko na stress, utaendea nani? Ati kuna vitu zingine you can't even go to your brother. Ati bro ni hivi na hivi. You can't even go to your sister-in-law because sometimes they might even laugh at you. That's why I spoke of the fear of the unknown. What will people think of you? How will people judge you? Okay. I think I would stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyakwaro Bogo. And Daktari, you've heard the other part, the last part of what she said, and I let her speak until she finishes because of many reasons, and one of them being could be this is the only safe space she felt she would talk, and possibly you are here. So before I comment on what I want to comment on around the issue, please come in and just say what you wanted to say before I cut you.
Yeah, thank you. The last bit, I think, is what comes there because lack of trust has been lost, and also the attachment, emotional attachment that our mother and the love of a mother, and somebody who can step in this place of a mother that she could feel safe to also, because she grew up without the mother. Some of the trainings that ladies get, they get through their mothers, and I think that's what she's expressing. And because of that fear of what she went through, so I will encourage that there is still somebody who may not fit in your mother's shoe as your biological mother, but could be a mother figure that could help to guide. So if we can get therapists to help you support emotionally, and you gain your trust, and you can identify somebody who is mature, who will keep whatever that you talk about in confidence, and be a safe space for you to help you go through the journey of healing and restoration. I think that would be something that is important. So I would leave it to the organizer if they would be. I don't know whether there are opportunities later that they engage, or you can engage with them. Those avenues can be explored. And I think I'm here with the Luo girls or myself. We are willing to walk through and find what kind of remedies can be found. It does not matter. It may be, we have a network of ladies, mature ladies that we work with through the journey of helping young women and mentorship, either at the home level, professional level, and the like. If there's need of a matching of somebody that could be will be helpful, I think that is somebody you need in your life. So I will leave it at that. So other maybe avenues can be found later. But thank you so much for entrusting us, and you all. What I know that the all things could be better if you purpose to get therapy. I'm sure now that you have started talking, this is where the change that you need. Change comes when you open up and begin to talk. Then God's bring people in your life that may not completely fit into the mother's figure, may not take the whole lot of pain, but may relieve you to a level of functionality that you can be your own. And in your journey, you will be somebody that will also help others through your stories, like what you are saying. I am sure you've inspired many, and if they listen to you, there are people who are And in the shell, they can't talk like you, but I want to appreciate that you will help others, many others, to come out, and you will be a role model for them and tell them what I went through, and this is perhaps the journey that I took that helped me to be who I am today. You still have a lot of life ahead of you, and you should not give up. Things will be better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Christine. I think I'm not going to talk about Nyakwarabogo's issue as at now. What I'm going to do is, one, this is one of the reasons why we have such topics and such discussions as a program of Ramogi Cultural Institute for Luo Heritage and Research and Education. It's about healing. It's about family. This is one of those things that we're going to follow through, and it's good that Dr. Christine has talked about it herself. So I'm going to connect them. This program is going to connect Nyakwaro Bogo and the group of these ladies through Dr. Christine, and then they can work together. And we are always there as a program to support in whichever way we can, because otherwise, if it can happen that we can heal one soul, then that's the most important thing. When we talked about it, the first part, those who you realize we had also a family member who has a child who had lost a friend in the fire at the school that killed 16 girls. And through this program, help came. So I think it's very important that we cherish such moments and we take it upon ourselves to make sure that this has come through. Because I'm sure, and I can assure you, that I had no idea what she was going to talk about. She commented and she reached out to me and said, George, this is a very important topic. We never talk about it. And I just went like, do you want to say something? I had no idea. And I'm just so thrilled that she felt that this is a very safe place, and especially because there is a Luo girl here and there is Dr. Christine here, and it happened. So I don't want to talk much about it. All we're going to do is to make sure that she is connected to a group of or a circle that can walk with her. It's a healing process. It's not a destination. So thank you so much, Mama Christine, Dr. Christine, for actually coming up with that. I think that is the essence of such topics and such discussions.
Wonle.
Yes,
Buddha Kachiel. Ntie issue mo kanya ma very, very, very important.
please go ahead,
Issue
DK.
the experience. Issue ma the experience manotherapy. No make sense. But this issue mangato nyalo bet goni, why did this happen to me? And Europeans neg other things, encouragement and this. But Abong is from a very lower perspective of this.
Mm-hmm.
Nyaki understand that the center of the Luo worldview is the human being. Not because I'm wrong, not because I'm sinner, not because I'm kitchen technology.
Mm-hmm.
To technology kata kineno kaka jogi develop ka technology. Seche moko ka ng'ani o go through these things eka solution yudre. Ok wanyal yudo solution to things that people do not go through.
Correct.
Kata mondo waluong something ni trauma, people had to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
So, in human being, these things do not onge that law mawachon it has to be only easy with you.
Mm-hmm.
Emomiyo wang'eny. Ki think about it, it will make sense. Emomiyo wang'eny. One a whole technology ma collect different types of data.
Mm-hmm.
So experiences mopogregi emamiyo one very diverse at solving problems. Kiyudo kuma ji have only easy time ochal Africa. Okonyal solve its problems. Everything should be solved by other people. Okonyal go through hardship because everything should be solved by other people. Onge this thing kaka computer magite molo so ma learn by itself to adapt. So remember ni human being. Point ni okane kaka Europeans ohero wache. Because again the idea of a human being opogore kabisa. It is something that is always lacking that has to be fixed. But Luo concept ma human being and a technology. Any of the best technology, the core of the core is technology, Penika. So those experiences gain data. So you do mana kadne human beings you do mana positive relationships, positive udi. Mother is there, father is there. Gik moko maging is waga in movies ge. Europeans are hearing is what these things in movies, but I think that is how life should be. The ne wase tawate. Everything would just be the same. There's nothing to solve. Everything is solved. There's no need for research. Because everything is just the same. Kila ngato parent and your parents gitoka giti and they are always there. Gikmone noga, the only place that happens is in Hollywood movies. So by believing Gikmajo Giwacho Sechemoko we lose a very important part of ourselves. Ni your experience could be the solution for some issue. And it is only you who can solve it. Get it is your experience.
Correct.
Eman ni miana temo wacho mbele kachan. Jogi punjwa this obsession ma fixing. So there should be no problem. Problems can issue mokwongo. This is how this framework, this world works. It took such a long time and understand that. The moment the winenoga seche moko wacho ka jogeto geto. Okakawe na it is a negative. The moment hero ga kiwacho jogeto gi jotuoro. Two very different experiences. To Iluo consciousness waromo and we enjoy learning from each other. Nkech ntie a total different experience mani learn masiche boko awinjo gato is one ok ndiko gine SMS ituoro. But it is such an interesting experience. So mano mi one orbit with a certain learning from each other consistently. So I forget to get this element. We as if but to get these experiences is not okay. Or come in extreme experiences, kaka sexual abuse. I mean, to Ningima Oken, your mother is there, your father is there, Kibiru, to Yai school, to Blue Band, Nikanyeme, to Mkate, to. It's very. One kind of any. The Lokati Eko. That was very interesting. Kanani school Margeto. The book Manwasam on called Mr. Kamau. Mr. Kamau was a bus driver. And story more important. Ibonana.
You married it on.
Mr. Kamau, Tom and Mary. Mr. Kamau, negi madoga chai, grabolo. Every morning, ibugno. Chai, grabolo. Tonate mo that thing okdonj. Okdonj. But now you do times, you do buge moko manegiti you go school moro. School ni, and Kenyaka, bugno worry about Jack and Jill. Jack and Jill. So you do topic moro. Jack and Jill gidi to the beach. To negin go kumoro ma brown milungun team. So Kirango, these two books, realize imi are two very different perspectives make world. Maka compare my experience ki Jack and Jill and parents na nokwa the beach ever. God parents na nokwa the beach. Mr. Kamau no kaneno the beach. Nkech kata nitie story Mr. Kamau ma ngato no dhi bokwalo cassava. But the story moro ni onge. But after nge wazunge realize ni Jack and Jill ni ena aspiration. Okay na dear. But ka judge my life kod story ni. Turning on my life was very hard. I found my life was really hard. And when me actually that idea one dhano. There's these two experiences. Okay, they do not exist. They exist. But that difference, no experience kick my different. And mommy what bring some innovation into the world. So kawach man case mar watch no. Actually, this is a question ma as a young person. Igbo face. Why did I face all these things I faced? Okay, Igbo seems so unfair. But kaka jaluo realize being human in technology. Nacho kaka joluo define a human being. It's a very, 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 very specific definition. Mommy, so much empowerment. So much. So, manokende manadojo. Because I notice issue, no? Manenon, ma is a little, everyone faces it at some point in life. Kendo ber ki face it earlier. Nikech joma face this question ka gise tiyo, gise yudo pesa, iwinjo midlife crisis. So, and a question ma is a constant. Nikech in dhano. It's a constant. Why did I go through what I went through? Why do I go through what I went through? So money is a constant. Regardless of the answer mi bo birogo. Chal katelo penjo, why do I breathe? A very individual reason why you breathe. Why do you take oxygen? Koroka chako misin because oxygen is breakdown. Mago konyi. You're human. That is how they operate in this place. Labda kwa the moon to bobet different. Labda kwa the polo bobet different. But in this space, it is some constant. Kikibed so worried about the constants. Okmin ki experience this constant. Koro ingama raj, but ama life ni was so bad. That is how it is. Waduok ni gotela.
GK Rogamano. Apparently, in essence, what you've said, and to encourage other people, we might get Dr. Christine, the Luo girl, a group of ladies to walk with Nyakwaro Bogo mowuoyo ka kowacho happens. But it doesn't mean ni another person will not face these things. So as much as we look for the solutions, I think the thing is we must work in a way that encourages the larger population of young people that you are not going to get it easy. It's not a mass that when Nyakwaro Bogo's issue was sorted, yours will be sorted the same way and the same manner, and you expect it also that way. Then your brain now switches from what you are worried about to the fact that when will mine be sorted out like so and so. I think that's where we have to move away from. Because that's why Ramot says we are so many and we have to face these things. We're not going to face these things the same way. Your problems are not going to be sorted out the same way. But I think ni Ramoto sekele kako kele, and of course, it's going back to daily building up of the Luo consciousness that we are doing every day. And so, as we were saying, I think this issue, we're so proud of the person herself for bringing out all her vulnerability, not caring about what people who are hearing her will say, but knowing that that would have been a safe space that she can speak, and that's why we let her speak. And because even me, I was just as surprised as everybody else. It's not like I knew what she was gonna say, and so I let her to speak to Dr. Christine and the Luo girl as we all listen. But Luo girl, I think if you have sorry, I'm struggling to, I don't know. No, I've not seen her. Another speaker who is well known to us was also wanted to say something, but if she comes, but she had actually sent a message to say, if issues are not dealt with, I might as well bring her in to speak for herself, because I almost read thinking I might not be connected to her. This is Mama Gigi, who spoke to us the very first time around the school issues, the very same week that the schools were going crazy and the girls' school had that misfortune. And it's because she has a foundation also that works with girls, empowers girls. And I don't want to talk much about it. I just want her to go straight to the topic, and possibly Mama Jacqueline, just open your mic and say hello to the panel. There is Dr. Christine here, there is the Luo girl and the rest. And then just give us a bit of what you have from your experience. I think this was the essence of this meeting. Thank you. Mama Jacqueline, karibu. You are muted if at all you are speaking. Okay, karibu.
Yes, I think now I'm on.
Loud and clear.
Me?
Oh,
Good
yes,
evening,
thank you.
everyone, all the
Yes.
listeners. And yes, just as you introduced me, I'm Jacqueline Ugutu. We once talked when we were sharing about the utumishi, the issues that were going around within our schools. I thank Daktari so much for sharing. She's been sharing. And even last time and she's been talking things that are so tough and so hard. And I like the way the research that they've been doing around her work. And it is really applause. The hidden wounds. Mr. Uda, sometimes I think it's good to give a thumbs up for what deserves. I think this forum is very, very important and sometimes a healing forum for some people. Like the lady who just spoke, I really feel for her for what she had to go through while she was growing up. Just as I sent you a text, some of us grew up in ways that when they look back, they look at the word trauma. And sometimes when you think of your back or your past, it becomes so fresh. That is why I was sending you a text. Some of us,
Luo girl, is it me or she's gone?
I wanted to ask the same.
GK Olal.
Ancestors okalo kode gine. Ancestors anyuola okalo kode network. Kawuono giweyi gikawe.
Sorry,
Kawuono gidum kuome.
sorry, Mama Jacqueline.
Koser
But
muted.
no,
Koser muted.
no, she's not. She's not muted. Open network.
Okay.
She's coming back because I want her to comment before we bring in the Dr. Christine. Your
lost.
network, yes, you actually dropped. So you're back.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, can I carry on?
Please carry on.
Yes, yes. Now, I was saying that some of us, the things we went through, we even tend to put them on even our children. The people who do not even deserve, they were not even part of our past, but we just find ourselves there, especially when not helped. And I like when Daktari said, when she was responding to this lady that said that she needed to approach her parents. I like the response from Daktari that the how you do it.
Anyuola lao Mama Jacqueline.
Pokotimo sango.
Fokotimo.
Pokotimo sacrifice unnecessary. Pokotimo sacrifice unnecessary.
Yeah, but I think because of the time, the Luo girl, please bring back Dr. Christine on your line of question if you have, so that we can be winding up, because we don't want to keep Dr. here too long. Thank you. Mama Jacqueline, whenever she's back, we will see how she comes in. She can wait a bit now. Go on with Dr. Christine Deluga.
Thank you so much again, George. And I don't have a question by now. Maybe if you have any, then we can proceed.
It's okay. It's fine. I think Dr. Christine, what before I go into maybe a last or two questions that I could be having, and one from the audience, but I think in I would want you now to go to the last bit of the topic, and possibly bring in the layer of breaking the circle. How what layers would you lay down for all this? Because yes, we were young, we had trauma, we went through all these things, we grew up with them, we are now grown-ups. Do we give up and say, well, it happened? Do we bleed on the people, continue bleeding on the people who never hurt us? Because that happens a lot. We hurt, even in relationships, we hurt people who are not there at all, but because of the trauma and because of what happened to us, we've developed also a coping mechanism that might now make us cut people and bleed on them. The people who are not part and parcel of our issues they should be the people who are part and parcel of our healing. But because of how we fail and how we construe our own lives, we sometimes make even the people we once loved, we make them enemies, and we bleed on them and all that. So please, in the last part of it could be now about the breaking the circle. How do we break this circle from things like bleeding on the people who are around us? Thank you.
Thank you. I will address how to break that circle in different ways, because once you acknowledge that you are affected in a way or the other, and you also realize that whatever is that was done to you previously, not because either people wanted it intentionally, or if it was intentional, it was not these other people that you are either, that is what we are saying, projecting. You don't get healing by projecting to other people, like your children, but you realize that if you do project, if you don't know that you are affected, yes, then you project not knowingly. There would be some trigger or some people that will say, hey, the way you behave, or you'll hear comment from people saying you get easily angered at small whatever. Then that gives you an indication that you could be having triggers or some stress or some words when they are said, you are projecting. So to break that cycle, I think what we need, I want to say that without intervention, these relational patterns become cyclic, meaning they keep on repeating. and they are reinforcing psychosocial distress and relationship instability. So the insights that we have from there is that you need the therapy, you need to get the thick skin. I think some people have been able to overcome their circumstances, and they realize that the moment I keep on hurting the people that are closer to me, I actually put people away, and I have no support system, and that even makes it worse for you. Because if now you have something, you have no people that you can call upon, people are not available. So the breaking cycle is coming with the realization that something has happened, but we don't have to brood there. We don't have to stop there. What is it that we can do to help us restore and heal? And I think for me, that is the big substance. We had already started talking about that. So acknowledgement, getting a safe space that somebody you can be helped, their coping mechanisms, you can be helped. Some of the help you can get yourself by doing self-care, because some of the things we can point them out, but you have your coping mechanisms and self-care. But more importantly, how do you want to go and move on with life and be a better you than remaining where you are? I know some of us went through these things because our parents did not know that whatever that they did were the things that were causing us stress. But out of those experiences, that is what has toughened us to be in the spaces where we are. So there is a negative, there's a disadvantage, but when it passes a certain threshold where you cannot function, you need to be helped. Some of us, we have not gone through normal therapy, but we have been able to overcome. Like somebody says, you don't stay there. You don't stay there, but you find, okay, you acknowledge it happened. How then can I make my lemonade out of the lemon? There will be those people who have no capacity to do that on their own. Then they will need help, to be helped to get out and to pick up their pieces and move on. And those are the people that sometimes we find are very great people, because that experience have given them hope, and they are working and doing great things helping others. So that is turning around the leaf, and now they are becoming very useful people that from their experience they are able to help, they are able to mold, they are able to do great works. And I think from the cultural and societal aspect, I think we have great things that we can learn also from our culture, how our culture used to deal with things. I know our culture we may have broken down, but what I still like about Onagi is that still we can sit together, talk. We can we have jokes that we can throw. We are open people. We can tell you, no, Mano is not correct, and I think we need to, but with a lot of love. When it's emotionally draining, I think what is important, if you are affected, is to restore you, and that restoration can take a lot of many different dimensions. The cycle of breakages you will need some close confidence that would help you through, like what I had said, somebody, a mentor to work with you, knowing that those people have also been in the same place. I like what Ramoth said. There is none of us that can say that they have been, not even from the home and the parent, but even from the spaces where we went to school, that have not gone through some of these things that we are saying, childhood experiences, or in our lifetime as we grow. You can experience them in different ways, not only when you are still a young child, when you are a teenager, when you are secondary school. The bullying itself is a trauma, or is a wound that most people carry in schools. So I would like to say that the points of breaking is a long journey, but it's a journey that is worth taking. It's a journey that you realize that when you take it, it just makes intergenerational circle, or the group that follows you, become better human beings. And they realize that even when, because these things will happen not only in the home environment, we are communities, or society is not very nice to everybody. So, but that gives people strength to know there is help, that you can you can metamorphosize kaka guyo lokre to chako lokre to bedo pupa tayo obedo lava to chako bedo guyo to oringo. So I've not been able to structure it well because I wish I knew that I was going to take the layers. I would have schematically, I would have drawn a diagram on how that could work. But for a different individual, it works in different spaces. There are those that their wounds were deep, like I said last time, that we will need to take a lot of time and sessions for them to get the healing. There are those that naturally, because of their socialization, they are not strong to overcome quickly. They tend to hold on issues for a long time, but it's not because of their own. Some of them is because the deepness of that wound and the trigger was sustained for a long time. So we will need to give them time. We need to work with them slowly, and it is taken in spaces. So we go in stage one where we now see you have accepted. Now we can go to the next stage. We know that now you can take the other bits, and it is something that sometimes will recur. When a trigger comes, it will recur. But the determination to overcome and to be your own identity and be a person that will be useful to yourself and to the society and to the people that you care about and you lead is what is important. I just wanted to conclude by saying that the experiences we go through shape what our lives is, especially in our life of relationship and marriage. I think there's a big, we were supposed to talk about it, but it has ruined many of the some of the things. If we don't realize them, even the person who loves you really dearly and can put up with everything that you have gone through, sometimes if we do not realize that we need help, we may push them away, and we may fracture what is good that we had found. A good thing that we had found can be fractured in that respect. So I want to conclude by saying that in life, in the relationship life, that is where these relational issues are difficult, and because we are human beings, we have our needs, we have homes to make, we have our reproductive, we have a sexual life to lead, we also have reproductive issues that we deal with, we have love life, and I think that is a very critical thing. There's no human being that do not want to go through what God has given them to enjoy in a very dignified but also very enjoyable life. So these are some of the things that we need to get us to be restored, so that we can go deal with the disruption that these traumas or wounds may have caused us. So in effect, I want to say that we the childhood trauma is not only a personal psychological issue, but it's also a relational one, affecting how individuals connect, trust, and love. Understanding the pathways through which trauma disrupt adults' relationship opens the door for more effective therapeutic support and greater empathy and healthier relationship dynamics. So there I've summarized what the pathways would be. The individuals who witness traumatic experiences firsthand or secondhand during the childhood will most likely develop emotional problems, like I'd already said before, depression, negative social networks, as when they are in adulthood. But what is important that the psychodynamic theory that deals with traumatic events that occur in childhood remain in the unconscious and resurfaces as the problem later in adulthood manifest. So this school of thought believes that all behavior usually is a result of memories stored in our unconsciousness. But that is where the therapy, it becomes very useful, because the therapy, the talk, it may not be a structured therapy that you get a counselor, but just talking like we have had with my daughter, the one that has spoken, and then getting a confidant and somebody that you can give you a shoulder to lean on. Some of us were Phoebe used to give us a lot of shoulder, and we would have a session of just women talking and pouring out of their hearts. And I'm glad that the two Luo girls are ready to help some of the colleague that we can come around and just be a shoulder. The ministry of presence, just sometimes being present, and somebody would just talk and you keep quiet, and then you tell them, I hear you, could be therapeutic and healing. So those are some of the things that, in a nutshell, but in a very unstructured manner, I could say are the avenues for breaking the circle. And I hope that I have been useful in this forum that you have created for me. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again the second time in this forum. Thank you very much, and I return it back to Luoga. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. George.
Thank you, Dr. Christine. We'll just have to give your last word, possibly because maybe you can give an information that we don't know, or how people can, possibly if you want people to reach you also, it's open. These are forum that build so together, but that is upon you. If you want to say what you do, and you can reach people, how people can reach you if they want to, but that's on you. I just want Mama. I don't know whether Mama Jacqueline is, because I want her to. I don't want us to cut her off. Mama Jacqueline, are you here to just say a bit of what you wanted, summarily what you wanted to say? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right. Your network is so bad, so you may need to be quick. Go ahead. You're muted again. Go ahead, Mama Jacqueline.
Okay. I think because my net is very, very bad today, I don't know what is happening. I just wanted to share on what Dr. said and what GK said. GK made us a certain statement, and I liked it when he advised that the lady would be shocked when she approaches the mother, and she might be shocked about the response. Inyalo paro ni dhir mama ni mondo yud konyruok tiyudo statement ma is not working. Like once a time when I was sharing with the girls, and then my mom came in and found I was giving about my background. You remember what I shared with you about the Busaya thing and all
Yeah,
that?
we remember.
Then
Yes.
mom comes in, and then
Sacrifice. Yeah, Kogon Rombo. Like, it will not work.
Because the
Alafu
God
George,
okdwa
the
gino.
gods otamre. Alafu George dwa hango no one we are cutting her off. Man, Safaricom tell, okay, one Safaricom and the sacrifice,
I'll
Majuga.
not be able to speak. Maybe
Yeah, the
what I
better.
can just say is that sometimes the Lord let us go through issues for others, not for ourselves. It is for us to come up with ways of helping others. When we go through and then we become victors, is because we need to stand in with others. So even the lady who is gone through a lot of issues, what I would encourage her is that let her find somebody to walk with her. She will what kind of a person she will come out to be, to walk with others, to hold people's hearts. Enemo bro minema moko mar going through the troubles. Because of my net, I think I will just cut myself short as that. I think I'm going to keep holding you on, which is not wise. So I think for the rest of us, traumas can be dangerous, but to some of us, those past traumas is what has made us today, is why we are even in the ministries of working with the young girls the way we are doing, because some of them made us very tough. Like me, I think I got into the marriage when my eyes were wide open because I saw what my mom was going through in the hands of my dad. So some of these traumas are working through us to be positive and to help us. So let us just encourage each other, encourage ourselves, those who are going through issues, that there's a reason why we are going through it. And I think if all of them
Yes.
Sacrifice. Remo nyaka o.
I think you can't say it. We can't say it better than different aspects has been brought here today. GK has brought a totally different aspects, but it goes towards building up. Mama Jacqueline is also just saying it as it is. You might be surprised in so many ways around this thing. We want to thank Dr. Christine. We want to thank you because you took your time to come speak in a program, and 2 times you've come, 2 very important things has happened. It is today I'm giving you a report about the girl you remember and what came through and what Ramot said and what you said. It opened totally different frontiers in the girl's life. And I can tell you that they are walking that path. The first confrontation was Timmy, but your advice and Ramot's advice was taken in. And they came to a conclusion that let's burn it before we build it. And so the issues that were felt sacred, that were being whispered, came out, not because it would have come out if the sister to the mother was not in this forum. She is grateful. She always says, please thank the doctor for me. Please thank GK Ramoth. And her words, not my words, that is a proper family. People speak about only what they know. They give solutions to what possibly some of them have gone through. We didn't know that that's how to do it. As a family, we thought you stand aside and make judgments there and here and there. And that is what ate us until we had to calm down the horse after I was in your program. Those were their words. Today, we're working with another sister of ours. We had no idea. She has actually just sent me a message to say, thank you. I didn't know this was going to be about me, but it turned out that it was, I don't know how many people are listening, but I think it was for me. It doesn't matter the number. The number that happened today is number 1, which is me. And I thank you. So as we've said, as a program, we're going to connect them so that we see how it goes, because that is the best thing that can happen. From such, we can't, we can't. Jesus said, if we quote from we borrow from the wisdom of the good book, and it didn't matter whether it was a Sabbath or not. But if something falls on an animal falls on a ditch, you would rather help the animal other than you think of your hypocrisy and you take it to church thinking it's a Sabbath. I can't help that one, but all you're taking to the church is just hypocrisy. Possibly if it would have helped the animal, would have done a good thing. So we thank you, Dr. Christine. I want you to say your last word, and then GK, and then the little girl says, and then GK closes it. Before now, yeah. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much, Anto. It has been just a pleasure, and I thank God Almighty because kinyalo yudo ng'at achiel manyalo acknowledge no yudo help. That is what we are here for. I think for us being around at this age is only to give back to society because God has been faithful to us. And I got at around the same time when you are asking me to come and speak, I actually got a very terrible accident on Valley Road. Just a huge matatu rammed on my small car, and I didn't know I was going to leave. But Believe you me, I think miraculously I was saved. I don't know because the car is something else, but miraculously I came out. And that evening, when I came back after my son said, I can't stay at home, I have to go to have a checkup in hospital. And he came very, I don't know how fast he came. And I had my scans and everything. There was only my neck bone, I think C4 and C5, that had a small crack. I hit my head very hard on impact. Later, as I was thinking about it, because we came from hospital past 1, and the following day, that week I stayed indoors and I went into my inner being, and something told me, you have something to do. Your time was not up. If there's any ministry, in fact, it came like you have a ministry which you have not fulfilled. So such things like what you have asked me to do today, and if can be useful to another person, I will thank God for it, because sometimes we don't reach out to people, spaces where we can reach. But I want to thank this program sincerely, because I think we are confronting some of the things that have not been confronted, and spaces that people do not, things that people do not like to talk about. And it is not for me. For me, I'm very grateful to the program. How I got to be identified, I don't know. And that is something that I'm also grateful for. So for me, it's just to thank those who have been vulnerable and listen to what we have talked about, and have said that they have been impacted and we can walk through with them in future if need be. But more so, I'm very grateful to the family if they have confronted the issue, and we can get help from the little that we said. That is also for God's glory, not our own. So thank you very much, Luo Girls, for requesting, and for the program management too. This is a very important program, and I do hope and trust God that you can make it better and bigger, and so that it can support other people, particularly those that come from our end. We've had a history of many traumas also, but I think what we have said, that some of these things were made to make us. Maybe that's why we are great as a community. We are very resilient. We have built resilience maybe through pain and even political marginalization, which you can call trauma of some sort. So I just want to thank you. I really have no many words. Where you would think I'll be useful, I'll be available when my times allow. I actually work for Kenya. Like I said, I'm the founder and the current president for Kenya Medical Women's Association. I'm also the president for women doctors globally for Near East and Africa. And some of these things now I'm retiree. I do them at my as part of my giving back to society, like I've said. So I'm willing when time allows for me to engage. But particularly kain gima dhi dala wa kor mundo oganda nyalo konyre in the little that we know, kaka GK bendo sewacho, and Mama bendo sewuoyo, and Lugas and yourself. I think the community that is even listening, there are some people that have a depth of knowledge. The knowledge is not resident in one person. So let us all collectively come together and see what the Lord wants us to do in reaching out for each other and being each other's keeper. So thank you very much, Luo Girls, for being sister to sister networks we have started. So let us build a sister to sister network, and that would be great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you've allowed me to be here.
Thank you. The Luo girl.
Oh, thank you once again, George. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate Dr. Christine to honor our request when we call her to come and talk to us again. Thank you so much, Daktari. It was pleasure having you on the studio. We've learned a lot, and we hope you will join us another day when we call you. To the other lady, I've forgotten her name.
Mama Jacqueline.
Nigi.
Mama Jacqueline.
No, there was another one. Okay,
Nyakwara
even
Obuogo.
Nyakwaro Bogo, agone mos gimodhi through, but we will follow up, and I believe she will get help through Daktari. Koro ok wabiwe at that level. Wabro follow up make sure ni odhi. Rael. Make sure ni obedo sawa. Duto wawene Nyasaye. To the other speaker, Mama Jacqueline. Mos, network ni mos, in makawuono awinjo nanyuolo lawi, wagoni mos, but it was pleasure having you also. I want to thank Ramoth as well. And George, thank you so much for standing in for the other Luo girl who was not today with us. She was unwell. I want to thank you. Yeah, I also want to thank myself. And most importantly, I want to thank our audience. You people, you are so amazing. You keep us going. And I also want to thank Ramogi Cultural Heritage for giving us this platform. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful night, a wonderful good morning. Thank you all. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Back to you, George.
Thank you. JK ini lore. Koro bangati lore. Yeah. First of all, let's not forget, Daktari, we're so sorry that that had to happen, the accident. But possibly there was a healing you were to do today. So juogi nodagi ni sao koromo nyaka itiek gima ne ichako. So we are so happy for the fact that you are not hurt. Mtokni ting'iewo ga moko kethre ting'iewo ngima ema ok yot replace. We're so thankful that you are kept safe, and you are not even sure. And the remarkable thing in this that you never mentioned it to me at all. I'm hearing it for the first time now, just with everybody else. Yet we talk behind the scenes as we organize this with the Luo girls. But we thank God you're safe, you're okay. Whatever little hiccup that is there, we know it will be healed. I thank you for that. But more so, as we conclude, let us remember this: the audience, that what is not repaired in one generation is often repeated in the next. So the deepest psychological intervention is not merely talking about trauma. It's transforming it through awareness, accountability, and healthy relationships. In the African worldview, healing has always been both personal and communal. The individual must choose responsibility, while the family and society must provide love, guidance, and truthful correction. That's exactly what this group is posed to do all the time. So let us raise children who do not need to recover from their childhood, and let us become adults who heal deeply enough that our wounds are no longer inherited by those who come after us. Thank you so much, Dr. Christine, for your time. We can assure you that when duty calls, we'll run to you again. But you've been so wonderful to us. You can you can pat yourself in the back, because it's this program has produced magnificent healings through you. Families are it's only that, not that one family, that one we are talking about it only because it was a bit unique, but a number of people are sending us messages saying Daktari touched what I've been very not happy to confront and all that. So we thank God for you, and we thank God for Mama Jacqueline. You know, this is now the Luo girls circle for real. It has got diverse people with different ladies, Luo ladies of different age and healings that are coming through this connection. I think it's remarkable. And Ramogi Cultural Institute for Luo Heritage Research and Education can never be ever proud, and especially of what Dr. Christine has just said, that we're tackling some things that people don't talk outside there. And I've always said it here that if you are not here, you will not hear it elsewhere, because other programs don't do what we are doing. And I can assure you, we are not getting it easy. We're not getting it easy because we are confronting, we are holding the bull by its horns. The system, the cultural neglect, the fake leadership amongst our communities, and all those, the political infightings that are very unnecessary, people fighting for themselves and pretending they're fighting for the community. We confront it all because that is our mission. We're healing. We are building a Luo consciousness afresh. And it must start somewhere, and it's starting here. But we are a family. That's why we tackle every aspect of the family. Thank you, Dr. Christine. Thank you, the Luo girl, for pushing me and saying push the program directors to let us do this and that. Those being things that happen behind the scenes are remarkable. To the technical team, when we are still running around, one kawa indi, we are still put up pedo wache akala to bano besende. But when we get to where the studios are, you've always made it radiant and just waiting. Thank you. The sound engineers, yeah, you are doing a remarkable job saying, hey, that sound is wrong, let's work on it. So we thank you. GK, thank you. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for the wisdom that comes from the ancestors that guide us through these things, from the African worldview, from the Luo worldview. Thank you. I'll hand it over to GK to close it down. Thank you, GK.
Erokamano. Kachak mokwongo, I'm very opposite, and I am very glad when the accident happened, nikech mano prove ni pod trauma nyalo timre when you're old. Okay, mano childhood nyalo timre when you're old. So mano kela to my first request. Any no nego kama Sadia nige time or team part 3. Ni kakani he mentioned gimono nego wuo in marriage about trauma up to marriage. Nikech mano I find is a very important point. Nikech some of us wabobedo married more than we were children. So in a longer time, in a whole other jungle mangato nyaka navigate. Alafu navigate gi ng'ama duong', ok nonyuoli kode, ok ushare parents, ok ushare experiences. Koro mondo kanyalo bet part 3 mondo wawuoye about that specifically. Nikech aparo ni mano majority of the youth mwawuoyogo gibodhi kanyo. Majority of joma wawuoyogo ne gisewe childhood kanyo magi existing. So nyalo bet a very nyalo bet a honor kwa nyalo beto part 3 just specifically for kanyo trauma ma koro kawani that relationship ma marriage kata courtship, but more marriage, and then kaka wanyalo create even more trauma kawan in that situation. Kich kawanyonre be koyot. So nyalo bet maber. Mara Rio, gima I'm glad ni gino timre. Nikech giso ni in the right person ma anyalo penjo this. Gimuchako no mawuoyo kod the ladies kamano en gima ber sana, nikech en gima wase wish for long. Ni wan watime for more the men, but the ladies ok wanyal timo for them. Pokwa an pokawa ibet dhako. and I never will be. Ouda be pokobet dhako never will be. Unless South African technology moro mayore, but anto podi poka bet kamano. So chako this process ber nikech kaka an go uda one fathers to one fathers more to girls. So nitie this worry ni here go the people manyalo mako gi mbele kanyo. To I'm very glad ni nitie to uchako form this called Mama Jacqueline and other ladies biro form this females kata women's kakiboluoge, but this circle of this cocoon kamani wacho ni kinyalo lokre into lava bagibed butterfly, but odwaro ga certain cocoon ma I'm very glad no form mano kakoen mondo omed dhi kamano. To gwarana mar adek en lure gi miwacho chani as a society one very resilient, but aneno ni this resilient bo rumo ka un psychologist ok utero to the next level or yudo cultural psychologist. Magi psychologist magin ga very understanding of the culture makoro ginyalo address one kaka luo nikech yang'eno bobedo challenge to en gima maybe pok otime, but ma gima nadwa keto mondo consider un ouda giri joma are in this field nikech we will really need this, especially with our experience in Kenya and where we have to go. Obu need this joma nyalo wuoyo to us specifically ging'e the principles make the psychological world, but ging'e wa specifically be, so ging'e kaka ginyalo merge those two things mondo obedie wamed bedo resilient kata watere several steps up kata wa refine nikech wanide. Erokamano mago ema ne kwayo na adek, but gima lano maduong' from experience ni my life ni onego adag in such a way makata kadhi to joga gin satisfied kod kaka nadak makata yudo replacement mara bet matek nikech abedo very unique. So miya aneno ni it is possible, so nyaka kete on my bucket list mondo obed gima temo achieve, so miya motivation. Other than mano, go erokamano ni Kwaramogi Kodwaka. You could have been anywhere, but you're here with us on a weekend like this. Kaka Sao said, but you're here with us, so we are really thankful for this. And as we always say, we hope you really learned something. We hope you learned something that you can apply. Or made me deco as you go on and on and on. Erokamano. And to Ramogi Cultural Institute, to our people, to our partners, to our children, to our ancestors, to our engineers, Wago Erokamano Kabesa for this opportunity. Martin Mogini on this day, on this night, on this evening, on this morning. Erokamano Kabesa. Oudenya luwuyo kod gine kod DJ mondo timnwa ogolwa kamacha. To kapok atieko, Luo Gal an gi message. Luo Gal in kanyo. Kosi sedhi.
An ka.
An gi message. Nyis the Luo Gal one ni ok obi ringo herani. Emomiyo duonde lal. Hero poto ma lal ok obi ringo herani.
Owinje background ka.
Aya. Ong'e ang'eya ni majuogi. Erokamano. Ouda amigo.
Ongewa.
Aya.
Erokamano JK. Daktari, koro kata tiwuok gi gweth mar Nyasaye obed kodi, wabiro wuoyo behind the tent e kwaya adek maramoth ni gogo. Erokamano. Erokamano.
world was made. I wonder if God is a woman. The gift of life astounds me to this day. I give it up for the woman. She's the constant wind that fills my sail. Oh, that woman. With a smile and a star, she'll protect you like a child. That's a woman. She'll put a smile upon her face and take you to the higher place. So don't you underestimate strength of a woman. Strength of a woman. Woke up this morning, I got up with a scent of a woman. Just picture if you would what life would be. Ain't much good without a woman.